Bop. 30 is not that bad. 30 is not that bad, but it's bad because what? Because the cities are not made for that. The houses are not made for that. Heat is very relative. It cannot be seen as a, like, you can't just look at heat and be like, oh, it's not, or it is. It's very relative. It's not as bad as 40. Yeah, sure. But it depends on a bunch of factors. Hey, Michette, how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, so we do a little bit of O.B.O.L, and then we do some incremental. I didn't do a lot this weekend. Why? I wonder. Oh, I got stuck into so many technical problems. That was fucking shit. I tried to automate some stuff and make some things better, and in the process, I broke a bunch of stuff. But I have some useful tools, like to be able to share stuff with my Steam Deck and everything. I was confused why it is so complex to send something between one device to another in the year 2026. Let's remind ourselves that there is no universal way. Like, if you want to send a message to someone, depending on where you live, you have a bunch of options, but one of them is you send an email. It's relatively simple. Every device has an email client. You get an email address for free, pretty simply, etc., etc. There is no way. There is no fucking way to send a file to someone easily. And don't get me started. Don't talk about sending it through Discord. Don't talk about using Telegram. Don't talk about uploading it to the cloud and everything. It is incredibly stupid. So you are next to someone and you don't have an easy way. Don't talk about attaching it to an email, because emails are quite old, and the amount of stuff you can send is very limited. Like, everything is so complex. And one of the way you can do, so if you have an Apple device, you use AirDrop, but it's stupid because it's locked to Apple. On Android, you have Quick Share, but it's not very cross-platform. You now have a Windows application, but it's an application, so it means you have to download it. It is stupid. It is stupid. It has been how many years that Wi-Fi is everywhere, that our devices are capable of doing direct Wi-Fi, or even like creating a hotspot on the fly. It was possible when I was a teenager and we had our first phones. It was possible to use Bluetooth, direct Bluetooth, one device to another, to fucking send a file. It would take forever and it was awful, but it was working. So why is it not possible nowadays? It is so fucking stupid. And so there are a bunch of solutions. One of them is local send. Local send sounds great. It's in the browser. You don't have to attach anything. If you are on the same network, so you have to be on the same network. But if you are on the same network, it should work, right? It should work. It doesn't. And I now understand why it doesn't. Because my computer, my little computer that is right there, boo, my little computer, it is connected to the Ethernet, okay? And my phone, it is connected to the Wi-Fi. They are on the same subnet, okay? IPv4, we talked about it the other day. We have local networks and everything. We are on the same subnet. They can see each other. They can ping each other. They can ping each other. It's a separate app. Yes, but at least it's in the browser. So theoretically it works everywhere without installation. So that's great. But because they're not on the same SSID, multicast is being prevented probably by my router. And so local send relies on multicast to say, hey, here I am, ready to send the file. And the other one is like, hey, here I am, ready to receive a file. And so you don't have to use IP addresses, and they can negotiate each other like little devices that they are. But no, it doesn't work. Technology Technology, comma, was a mistake, dot. It has made our life more complicated. Something as simple as sending a file between two devices, and devices should be generic. It can be a phone, it can be a camera, it can be your console, it can be whatever. It should be easy. There should be one way, or maybe many ways, but there should be one way that works, that is reliable, and that is really simple. And yet, it doesn't exist. All of the solutions out there are third parties. Some of them are trying to make money out of that by being little suckers. They want every penny that you have, so they will vibe code a fucking app and be like, oh my god, look at that, it's revolutionary. No, it's not, you moron. And that fucking drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. So what now? So what? I want a simple solution that doesn't require installation, and you're telling me I should open up my router settings and I should try to find a way to allow multicast. Where are we? Where are we? So I wanted to send some file to my Steam Deck. I wanted to This is not an answer, for example, get to know. I appreciate, and I don't need your answers, because I know all of the ways you can do it. This is nuts that in 2026, I have to send a file using SSH. It makes no sense. You cannot ask someone to do that. And especially, let's be honest, SSH is not convenient. It means I need to know the IP address. I need to have a username and password. So if it's not my own device, let's say I want to put it on someone else's device. For example, the other day I was trying to send a file to my girlfriend, and we struggled so fucking much, even though we're on the same network. But you are a programmer, not a muggle. We are special people. Yeah, but that's not an answer. Technology should not be accessible only because you're a programmer. And I would go as far as saying, because I'm a programmer, I'm especially lazy. So because I'm a programmer, I don't want to open up my Steam Deck, find out my IP address, remember which username and password I have on my Steam Deck Linux session, because maybe I don't use it very often, and then use fucking SCP to find the path of my file and download it. It makes no sense. So since then, I'm a programmer, so I actually built a simple solution. I installed File Browser. I made a special desktop entry and a little script. And when I click on it, it launches File Browser, and it shows me a QR code that gives me the exact address, so I don't even have to type the local IP. And then I can go there, and it's a two-way synchronization. This is shit, by the way. This is a shit solution. I should not have to do that. Actually, you know what? I think Steam should build something. I think the same way KDE Connect build something to make it easier to have to talk to your phone and your computer. Steam should build something like that to send out files easily between your device as a little utility. I think they should built in SteamOS. But that was my rant. It's not normal. People should not have to think about if multicast is allowed on their router. They should not have to think about, oh, can you use quick share? Oh no, I use AirDrop. Oh no, but let's just use local send. Go onto your browser and do it. No. You know how it should be? You open up send files, right? And then you see people that are around you that have enabled their receive files or send files. It negotiates the thing using Bluetooth, maybe. And then, if you are not on the same network, it does everything for you. So it creates automatically a hotspot. It negotiates the hotspot credentials with the other person. You don't see everything. It's hidden. It then sends the file, and then it cleans up everything. That's how it should be. It should work automatically. Or maybe using direct Wi-Fi or whatever. I don't know. It should be automatic, and it should be a standard, and people should kill themselves, especially Sam Altman, because he's promoting AI everywhere, and I fucking hate that guy. And instead of building stupid LLMs, they should fix that. Because we are in the year 2026, People are talking about AI and all of that bullshit, and yet there is no single simple way to send a file between a device and another. It makes no sense. I think it's because the modulate was not being used. If the modulate was used, I think it would work. I think it goes through FTP. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It goes through SSH. It's not the same. I think it's not the same. It's not the same thing. FTP is shit, by the way. It should at least be SFTP. But I think when you use SCP, I don't think it does FTP behind the scene, because that would be another port. So it goes through SSH. Oh, but maybe you were talking about Tmux? Yes. SCP is SSH22, yeah. Apple, very restrictive. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm going back. Brainoid, I don't know if you're still here. I need to discuss something with you. Have you seen or analyzed Orb of Creation? I think I've seen someone talk about that, no? And said that they made a lot of money on Reddit. Am I right? I asked the question in the worst time. No problem, Brainoid. I just wanted to have a little rant, and now that my rant has been over, I'm ready. I'm ready to rumble. You're confused about the description. Orb of Creation is a non-idle incremental puzzle game in which you recreate the world with nothing but magic and ingenuity. Conjure resources, buy upgrades, and become an all-powerful wizard. Why are you confused by the description? Holy volume. Hello. What are puzzle elements exactly? You switch scene and went to 11. It's the same output, I think, no? Maybe on this one I have my filters and not on the other one. How is it non-idle? In the late game, you wait for 30 minutes for a gauge to fill. Hello, E5. Well, to be honest, I'm not that much into games like that, because it looks very much like an idle game. And I'm not that much into idle games. Also, for some reason, it looks really much like, it looks the same as All Hail the Orb. I don't know if it's related or not, but it looks very much inspired. An extremely confusing game with thousands of menus and strange currencies with made-up, fanciful names. Okay. And the asset flips bother me a lot. How do you know it's an asset flip? This sounds so much AI generated, the first sentence. I'm gonna be real. Oh, you mean the icons? Like the high quality icons compared to everything that is I recognize those icons. Those are AI generated 100%. Maybe not 100. I recognize those. They're coming from a website that gives game dev icons, I think. I'm not exactly sure. We would need to verify, but those flat icons in here or in here, I think they are coming from that website. Some stuff are pixel art, some stuff are high-res raster. Yeah. It's awful. It looks really bad. The mix and match of everything looks really bad. Totally. How is it doing so well? How is it doing so well? This, for example, I think this is coming from the game dev resource. Some CC BY icon mixed with AI assets, most likely. It gives AI assets very clearly the especially high-res detailed assets. Oh my god, look at this page. Look at this page. We have the flat icon style in here. We have some sort of like pixel art stuff, maybe. And then we have this very high res whatever, and of course we have the flat stuff mixed everywhere. Wow. Very special. This gives me AI generated. It gives me AI generated vibe. Maybe not. It's totally possible that it's not. But it gives me that vibe. Even worse than Vampire Survivors. At least Vampire Survivors was made at a time where you know it was not AI, so it's just ugly. You know, my new incremental, you played it briefly. Yeah, I was worried about calling it a puzzly incremental, because I don't think it's a puzzle game at all. But this game called itself a puzzle game, I'm confused. Maybe the puzzle aspect is the fact that people are confused by how it works. And so they're playing on that. There is something very off about that game. Even the trailer is really weird. No? Ponder the orb? Yeah, that's weird. I don't like it. Why is it doing so well? How about a game dev stream career? Do you already live from? I'm not sure what you mean. How about your game dev stream career? What do you mean? I'm trying to create my Steam page right now. No trailer yet. I'll do that next. But can you look at the preview of my page? I also pay an artist soon to create a capsule art. I made the current one myself with my limited Blender and Photoshop skills. Yeah, sure, please. Please send it. And it costs $12? What? Oh, it released recently in like, it was in early access before, right? It was in early access before. That's why it was $3 at some point at -20. Career. Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure what the sentence means. Hello, Smax. It was an EA title, I think. Ah, a game, you mean? There is something off about this game. If you make enough money off streaming and game dev to not work otherwise. Do you only streaming and game development at the moment? Ah, I have a bunch of side stuff throughout the month. I do freelance from time to time. I had my course that was making some amount of money. YouTube is making some amount of money. And all of that was okay. Now it's starting to be a little bit rough. It's starting to be a little bit rough. Lexispell is not making enough money. And I'm not doing that much freelance and stuff because I wanted to focus on game dev. So I'm scrapping by, let's say. I'm not really I think for days for an interview with you. An interview with me. Mr. Interviewer. It is so weird. It is so weird. It's a game that was very cheap in early access and then became very expensive when it got out of early access. Even paying $8 for the soundtrack seems expensive. I'm not really sure what they're doing here. Okay, so it's not a copy of like orb stuff. All hail the orb because it was created way before. So the opposite might be true. Online now, 3,000 people. This is nuts. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, E5. I appreciate. I appreciate a lot. Enjoy your subs. Thank you so much. Don't hesitate, guys. If you want to support, the best way is probably buying stuff or sending a donation on Coffee. It helps even more because it gets more it gives me more money. Twitch takes 50%, so it's quite a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, E5, for the gifted subs. And I hope people will appreciate. I will put a ton of ads so people will be able to use the ads. Insane price history. It's been EA for 4 years. I don't understand what's good about it. Yeah, it's weird, right? But some people like those very deep, slow, idle games that take forever to complete, right? Okay. Why do I not have more than... We don't have the price in here? Okay. And so it released out of early access and it went to $12. That's a crazy jump, right? Going from $3.99 to $12. It seems crazy. It seems kind of crazy. Same thing happened with the supporter pack, but I guess it's because, yeah, the supporter pack was added relatively recently. Inflation. So seeing order of creation, I'm way more confused about my own short description. Okay, let's take a look at that. Orbital dynamics. It's not open video in a new tab. Can I do that? Yeah. It's not easy for me to see. A tactile space mining incremental where you command snake-like drills through grids of space rock. At Orbital Dynamics, your job is to mine rare resources and bring every drill home safely. Okay. I would argue that maybe at like the first feel is that the first sentence is quite complex. A tactile space mining incremental where you command snake-like drills through grids of space rock, sorry. It might be a little bit confusing, but then you look at the thing. Then you look at the game and you're like, ah, okay, that's what it means. Right? Orbital dynamics. Can I suggest something? I think the actual capsule art is not too bad, honestly. So far, I feel like what strikes me the most is the logo. I think the logo might be lacking. I understand the idea of creating like orbital. I think that works well. But your or in orbital is not different enough. It could be, the way I'm imagining it, it could be something that is very stylized. As if it was an ore, basically. Like it would actually be textured and be like bumpy and stuff. Maybe have like gems coming out of it. It would be the center. It would be orbital dynamics. And then I would probably put it on 2 lines, to be honest. I would probably put it on 2 lines. Make the ore look like an asteroid and the biddle like a laser beam. Exactly. And dynamics is the second line wireframe dynamic. That's exactly what I was going to say. I would put dynamics on the second one. That way you really have orbital and dynamics, and you have some amount of space in here, right? You can put your title on the top right. That way you see the thing, boom, destroying the asteroid, and you have orbital dynamics in here. But yeah. I like the idea of having something a bit more, maybe a bit more wireframey, futuristic on the dynamics, maybe. I agree, but I don't think I should invest more time on my own to it. I should let a professional take care of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You can totally let someone do it. Of course. But I think it would make it easier to read also. More interesting and more easier to read. I just made this to be able to create a Steam page. Yeah. Honestly, it's not bad. The game changed quite a lot. since I played it, I feel like. Fire laser drill. Okay, you have a bunch of gifts. I think it's nice. You show the upgrade tree. I think it's nice. Survive hazards, contraptions, and anomalies. And then you show the thing getting crazier. Fair enough. Fair enough. And you're saying, what's in the game? Active incremental, not a classic idler. Very good to specify what type of thing it is. Satisfying grid clearing, deep build defining upgrade system, rich resource economy, procedurally generated levels, always solvable, pace shifting gameplay elements, endless mode. Okay. Okay. Pace shifting gameplay elements. I would argue that it sounds a little too generic sometimes. If I want to nitpick, it sounds a little too generic sometimes. I like the idea of specifying what kind of incremental it is, but rich resource economy doesn't really tell me anything, and it feels like you're trying to fill in the gaps. Pace shifting gameplay elements, it sounds corpo. It sounds corpo, you see what I mean? Like, innovative solution, stuff like that. It sounds a little corpo. So I would argue either you find a way to explain it a little more, or you remove it entirely and you let the gifts and the trailer show that the gameplay is evolving. You see what I mean? What I mean by pace shifting is I have some new mechanics in late game that change the pace a lot. Yeah. I get that. I totally get it. I totally get it. But it feels very generic. And someone reading your page fast can be like, what is that? Tactile space mining incremental, where you command snake-like drills through grids of space rock. Do you think the through grids of space rock is useful? Do you think it's useful? Or do you think you can cut that part and just say a tactile space mining incremental where you command snake-like drills? People will see the trailer and the screenshots and they will see that it's on a grid. Does it matter that it's on a grid? Not really. Snake-like, kind of... I want to define that it's a grid clearing game. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. At Orbital Dynamics, your job is to mine rare resource and bring every drill home safely. Yeah. Snake-like is important, I think? Yeah, Snake-like is important. Yeah. Snake-like, I like it. I think that's just a combination, maybe, feels complex to parse, you know? Like grids of space rock. Maybe it's just me. I read it and I was like, yeah, what does that mean? Even though I know the game. Through grids of space rock. Through grids of space rock. You command snake-like drills through grids of space rock. I mean, it's not, it doesn't matter that much, I guess. Now that I'm rereading it, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. Tactile space mining incremental, where you command snake-like drills through grids of space rocks. Yeah, okay, I think it's fine. It sounded complex, but it's not that complex. I guess. I like the colors. You're showing different stuff. It's on the side, challenges and whatnot. Pretty cool. In here, release snake-like drills without letting them slam into each other. Okay. Fire laser from drills to chew through ore and harvest resources in front of them. Okay. Upgrade your system to hit harder, last longer, and automate more of the mining. Survive hazards, contraption, and anomalies that twist your lanes in nasty ways. Push deeper into space, uncover strange tech, and turn your platform into a grid-clearing monster. Tactile space mining incremental. Okay. honestly, I think it works. I think the description is clear. The GIFs are telling you what's important. I imagine that your trailer is kind of going to have a similar structure. So I feel like the GIFs are acting as a great way to explain what the game is about. Yeah. One last question. What does tactile mean to you when you read it? The thing is, I'm not an English speaker, so to me tactile is very weird as a word. I'm never exactly sure what people mean when they say that. To me, tactile is like something, I guess, like clickety, a tactile feel. You know, you click on something and it's like. So I guess in this sense, I'm not exactly sure what it means. To be honest. A tactile space mining incremental. You click. I'm leaning more towards the satisfactory feeling of clicking and cleaning, actually. Okay, so tactile in that sense, like almost a sensory experience, like those things that people use to they pop in and out, like those little bubbles and whatnot. This would be a tactile device, I guess. Okay. I guess if people know the word, then it makes sense. It's just that I don't really know the word. So to me, it's like tactile, yeah, okay. I think also the trailer helps a lot. Right? But I guess you want to maybe convince people to click even before they see the trailer. And even a foreigner reads it and understands it wrong, like tactical or something. Still fine, I guess. Yeah, tactical. Tactical space mining, you think they would read that? Tactical, yeah. I guess then they would like read the things, it would be like it's an incremental and everything. Yeah. You could try another word, maybe there's another word. You could say satisfying. If you want something very simple, maybe you could just say satisfying. If you put it in your description, it probably means that the satisfaction is part of the core gameplay. Maybe that could also work. Sounds too commercial and advertising to me. Okay, interesting. A satisfying space mining incremental. Okay, I don't see it that way, but I guess it depends. It depends on many things, right? You can do that if people don't understand. At least you can try something else. If you have feedback, people telling you, well, it's not super clear. No, I decide it's satisfying or not. Okay, I don't see it that way. I see it more as when you describe your game. I see it as a developer, you're telling me what you think your game is, right? So if you're saying that your game is satisfying, you have spent a bunch of time on the satisfaction aspect. For example, a game about cleaning things could be labeled satisfying, and I would be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. The whole experience is centered around those satisfying things that you do in games. And plenty of games are satisfying, right? But not all of the games are built around the idea that you're doing stuff in a satisfying way. I think my game's the best game ever. Should I mention that? You should mention it. It's the best brainy incremental out there. Are you fed up of those completely passive incrementals and you want to feel like your brain is actually being used? Then play my game. Something like that, right? Thanks a lot for the help. It means a lot. Thank you for sending it. I always appreciate judging. It makes me feel like a judge. And I'm going to be a judge, maybe. I've been okay, I know no words in English, so sorry for that. But I've been appointed, maybe that's the word, selected to be part of the jury for a criminal case. I think I can say that. I can't talk about it, but I don't have any information about it yet, of course. And I don't know if I told you already, but I think I can say that it's public. I mean, it's not public, but it's not sensitive information. I'm not allowed to talk about what's happening, but I don't know yet what's happening. So I sent the paper back. I don't know if I'm going to be selected. I don't think they're selecting everyone. But this is going to be interesting. I'm going to be able to judge. Imagine having to go there and not being allowed to tell your boss why you're not coming to work. Exactly. I guess you get a little paper. Honestly, you get a little paper and then you're like, boss, they gave me that. That's why I was not at work. And it's written confidential. Criminal case. I wouldn't trust this guy. I think doing those brainstorms help us all. Yeah, totally. It makes us reflect also on how we're doing things. You print it out yourself, throws it into the bin. Now get back to work. But boss, I don't want to go. I don't want to work. I'm tired. And there's a criminal case. And I need to be the jury. So I don't know how it's going to happen and stuff, but I guess you'll see it, because probably I have no idea how all of those things are going to, I don't know how it's going to happen, right? So maybe it's going to be multiple days next to each other. Or maybe it's going to be like very sporadic. I have no idea. So maybe I'm not going to be allowed to stream. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to stream. Of course, I'm not going to be allowed to stream. Hello, guys. I'm at the place where we judge people. I forgot the name in English. And here today with the jury. Oh, thank you, E5, for the gifted subs. So today the criminal case is. Courthouse. That is nuts. In French, it's tribunal. Le tribunal correctionnel de première instance. You printed that yourself. Back to work or I call your mother. Wait, when you think the whole thing is jury rigged? It's jury rigged, exactly. Also happy to see Replica did quite good on iOS. Ranked number 5 top paid cards in the first 2 days next to Balatro, Slay the Spire, and Color Pit. I'm chuffed. Let's go. Congrats. So you went with a paid model, right? You went with a fully paid model. They should make a Twitch chat for the jury with a pool to decide the case. True. In German it would be Gericht. Or Gericht. Gericht? I don't know. And when you're done, you go to a restaurant and you order a Gericht. Really? It's the same word? Premium $4.99. $4.99! Do you have comments about people telling you that the price is less expensive than the game? It's less expensive, right? Replicat is more expensive on Steam. Yeah, it's not the same price. Do you have people commented about that, or they understand? It's like half the price. Do they understand? I've always been worried about that. I didn't get any comments like that. Okay. I've always been worried, like, oh, why is it less expensive on iOS and on mobile and stuff? But maybe they don't care. I realize now it smacks of the husky from Discord. Yes, my translator. Exactly. Okay. And what is it then? What is that you order? You order the courthouse, and there's a fucking miniature courthouse. Oh, by the way, my wonderful little smartwatch doesn't work anymore. I think it died yesterday. I went to the lake to eat something yesterday at the lake, and I think it died all of a sudden. I'm sad. I'm sad, but also, let's be honest, I was not using the smartwatch stuff that much. It feels like it's giving me water when I thing it. So I think I had some infiltration. Like water probably got inside, even though it's supposed to be waterproof, and I've used it waterproofly for a while. But when I press it very precisely, I can feel water coming out of it. Gericht is a meal. Oh, okay. I didn't get any comments like that. Yeah, I read that already. So my smartwatch is dead, which means I have no idea what time it is. And so I have to resort to looking at the sun outside and trying to figure out what hour of the day it is. I have to be like a caveman. Or I have to ask people outside of my home. I'm like, hey people outside of my home, can you tell me what hour it is? What hour of the day it is? And then they're like, yeah, let me a second. Let me a second. Give me a second. And then they look at the solar stuff, you know, where you have like a pole and the solar is projecting a shadow, and then you read the hour. So they see that, and then they tell me it's 2 p.m. and probably 15 minutes. And I'm like, thank you, my dear neighbor. And then I close the door because it's very hot and I don't want the heat to come inside. A sundial. A sundial. That makes sense. It's a dial and it's the sun, so it's a sundial. Okay. I thought you were in France, not Egypt. What do you mean? Do you think people don't have clocks in Egypt? What is that normal racism? Reminds me of Fred Flintstone with the sundial on his wrist. Never explain how it works when he's turning around. Shh, don't question it. Don't question it. It's fun. But it's fun though. It would be fun to have a watch like that, and then people would question it a lot. They would be like, how does that work? And you're like, I don't know. And the thing is, it doesn't work. But you make it work with your heart, you know? Speaking of heart, it is really hot. I feel like I'm going to do a heart attack. I feel so fucking slow these days. I've been really tired this past few days, and I get the heat. I think the heat is just killing us. Egyptians invented that clock. Ah, okay. It's not too late. Too late. Look, slowly turn around to adjust. Very, very useful. Okay, we have some stuff to do, and after that, that's the tiredness in full action. Sorry. After that, we have to use the property list to create a component in my incremental game, right? You remember I'm working on an incremental game. I have tons of ideas and no time. No time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Who is saying that? What a time to be alive. Oh, it's Dr. Jaro Car. Fuck, I don't remember what's his name. You know? Hello, fellow scholars. It's Dr. Jaro Car. And then he's like, blah, blah, blah. What a time to be alive. You know what I mean? You know the guy? Nope, it's an old man from Simpsons. What? You were doing AI articles. Exactly. 2-minute papers. 2 minutes paper. 2-minute papers, yes. He was hibernate in the quirky market. Oh, I remember that. And thought to be in the future. I remember that episode. That was fun. I remember that episode. Hello, fellow scholars. It's Dr. What is his doctor name? What is its doctor name? I need to find it. Hello, fellow scholars. It's Dr. Dear fellow scholars, he's saying. Dear fellow scholars, he's saying. But what's his name? Give me the name. Nick Riviera. Fast worse, I think. No, it's Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick is another kind of doctor that we don't really want to have. Oh, is it really his name? What? Dear fellow scholars, Dr. Carolee Solnay Fair here. Fair here. Listen. Hey, listen. If you don't know the guy, it's something else, not the Simpson. It's totally something else. Yeah. So the only problem is that it used to be interesting. I'm not watching it anymore because it's talking about AI all the time. But it used to be interesting because the guy used to talk about advances in science, basically, to be generic. And now it's just AI. So let's listen to the intro, okay? Hello there, what am I looking at? You will see. Are you ready?
Scientists at DeepSeek have invented something amazing and exactly at the right time when we need it most. You see, we are entering...
Hey, you didn't say it. Am I crazy?
AI systems today are really powerful.
What? Maybe it's only when he's talking about paper stuff.
OpenAI built a hide-and-seek
Or he's saying it later in the intro.
While we look at the exact
I don't
rules
remember.
here, I will note that the goal of the project was to pit two AI teams against each other and hopefully see some interesting emergent behaviors. And boy, did they do some crazy stuff. The coolest part is that the two teams compete against each other, and whenever one team discovers a new strategy, the other one has to adapt. Kind of like an arms race situation, and it also resembles generative adversarial networks a little. And the results are magnificent, amusing, weird. You'll see in a moment. These agents learn from previous experiences, and to the surprise of no one, for the first few million rounds...
He's not saying it anymore?
...with pandemonium.
Am I crazy?
Everyone just running around aimlessly.
It was 4 years ago, 6 years ago.
And semi-random move.
When OpenAI was really open. That should be scary to most people, that OpenAI is just a private company when they said that they wanted to not be... He looks like that? I had no fucking idea. Isn't that crazy? Dear fellow scholars, Dr. Kair...
This work is just unbelievable. I cannot believe what I am seeing here. An incredible human achievement. You see, this is not reality. This is a computer simulation written by scientists. It shows what happens to me after a long winter when summer finally comes again. Oh yes. And this scene is built from almost 2 million. Yes, 2 million triangles. And this technique can do...
Dear fellow scholars, what? That's shit. I really don't know when he's supposed to say it, because I don't hear it. What a time to be alive. I was also watching when he was covering Gaussian splatting techniques. Yeah, it used to be interesting. The way we grew up does not exist anymore. It's possible that we had a collective hallucination. See, this is why kids can't watch your stream. All that language. Fuck, motherfucker, you stupid prick. You fucker. I don't have other ideas. Language is stupid. The fact that we think that some words cannot be spoken is stupid. Unless they're slurs. This is something else. I'll start making videos and getting excited about for loops. You should. What a time to be alive. Anyway, let's try to make some progress today, I guess. Right? Progress. I could go to sleep right now. Would you go to sleep with me? Maybe not. Maybe not. Forget that. Forget that. I did not say it. I did not say it. Forget everything. Forget everything. You heard nothing. Whoop. Whoop. Sorry, you've aged in the last few years. I have aged. I am now more than 30. I am 30 under 30, which means I am 30 and I am under $30 in my account. That's the new 30 under 30. Do you know this one? It's a pretty cool new list. But there's a lot of people in it. Offer me dinner first, at least. True. True. Spaghetti, right? That way we can do the thing in like the Disney movie about the dogs. sorry for my inability to be precise today. Well, I should too, just waking from a nap and want to go again. Yeah, that's terrible. Dear fellow scholars of timestamps, he's doing it at 130 seconds? That is fucking nuts. He's like edging us.
From thin air. Absolutely amazing. Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Now, wait a second. You see...
I understand something now. Now that I've seen his name being written, he's not saying with Dr. whatever here. It's just the end of its name that is like... That sounds a little bit like here. Oh my god.
Thing on the left. So, is this Zsolnai Fehér? Now, scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Now, wait a second.
Wow. This is crazy. Such enlightenment. Yeah. My day, my word has shifted. My vision, my life is now different. I live in another dimension. I have seen the light. And I'm crying. Ah! I'm definitely not crying because a bunch of air is going into my eyeball. My eyeball! Would you touch my eyeball? Do you know those types of games, or should I say like interactive experiments? Usually very weird games where there's not necessarily a lot of stuff to do, the visuals are crazy and whatnot. Well, we could make a game like that, and the game would be titled Would You Touch My Eyeball? And it's a bunch of mini games, very weird aesthetic, like maybe almost 3D, very grimy, I don't know what. And you have an eyeball, and then you try to touch the eyeball, and you have a bunch of like mini games where you can't because, I don't know, something is preventing you like doing that or whatever. Would you touch my eyeball? That would be the title of the game. And then you finally touch the eyeball, and something happens, but I don't know what. That would be a great game. So this is why you don't have friends wanting to do stuff like this. Exactly. Exactly. Do you like eggs? How do you eat your eggs? I need to import, update all of my paper assets, and integrate in my prototype of some Polish. I don't have any energy. You don't have any energy? Then you need to drink something. Like vodka, for example. Bad advice. Just bad advice. Today I'm only going to give you bad advice. This is why I can't watch horror movies, because back in my days it was Jason and Freddy doing creepy stuff. Now they want you to do real life stuff to each other in horror movies. I am not sure what you mean. Horror movies. Horror movies. Hello everyone, my name is Horror Movies. La la lee, la la loo, la la lee, la la la. Movies like Saw when they push the girl into a stack of needles. We have needles in real life. That's true, we do have needles in real life. But you probably don't have needles in real life. Like, people have needles, but you don't, right? You don't have needles. Do you have needles? Why do you have needles? Needles in a haystack. I am diabetic. I have literally like 4 or 5 boxes of needles in my room right now. Then you should be afraid. Okay, then you should be afraid. You should definitely be afraid. Imagine if the needles, all of a sudden, like, they become alive. Imagine. Like, they're growing and they're like, and then they go, and they poke right through your thighs. And they try to kill you. And they're like, I kill you! I don't got to be afraid. I have my personality, people. Don't come visit me. Huh? Oh, I have 0 energy. But we need to progress. And we need to do some web-specific fixes. It's not going to be fun. So maybe I'm not going to do that. Okay, the first thing is, someone said that restart was bound to E. Is that true? Restart is not bound to E, so I don't know how they did that. They were probably... Oh, no. I don't know. Start contract. Indeed. Pressing E is restarting. Isn't that crazy? But this is not me, I promise. I promise this is not me. I'm pretty sure I've never done that in my life. In my life. Would you believe me? Would you believe me? Interact is E. E. It's in a game. But why is interact E, by the way? Why is interact? We don't use E to interact. Interact. Refresh. Oh, let's do interact. La 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 lee, la 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 lee. This is why. This is why. This is crazy. I don't know why this would be here. This is a thing that pissed me off, and it's pretty. And it's petty, but I'm going to say it. We have to put in our time on the calendar when we take time off. But why do people put in their time for holidays when everyone is taking that time off? We know you're not coming to work that day. It's different if they're taking other days too. But it's just one day we don't need to know. I would argue it's actually better to be too specific than not specific enough. So I would say it's fine. I would say it's fine. I prefer people to put their turn signal. The other example is that, right? The turn signal, I prefer someone putting their turn signal even though there's only one way they can go, than people that don't use their turn signal. People that don't use their turn signal have a special place in hell, ready for them, next to Trump, for example. We get an email for every time someone puts on their calendar. That's why it pisses me off. Okay, why do you get an email? So the problem is not people doing it then. It's having an email for that. Sounds so fucking stupid, no? Don't you think? But I understand. I understand your frustration, Peacebreaker. I understand your frustration. But hate the game, not the players. Remove E to start in title screen. I want to remove E to start in the title screen. The title screen. It should not be used to remove to restart. Sorry. The heat is getting to me. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Oh, speaking about emails, I've put in place a new system where I only have 3 folders. I have actions. It's where I put stuff where I should reply, but I'm not able to reply right now. Like, it needs more time, or I need to find something and whatnot. And when I put it in action, I try to put a date to do it. I drag and drop it in Google Task if it requires more time. I have follow-ups. Follow-ups is like I have sent something to someone and I need to make sure that they get it, or I need to ask them again for something and whatnot. And I have archive. And archive, it's like I don't want to delete it, but I want to not see it. And that's pretty cool. We get some rain this night. So cool. Being able to cool down in the house at 25, 26. I do agree. We need to increase the audio fall off on the radio. Radio star, here I come. Is there a way in Godot to visualize the audio? Ah, there is. There is. Isn't that cool? Can we visualize it inside of the rendering? No, we can't. We can't. Very cool. It is very cool. We can't verify. The radio. Radio star. And we can't visualize it in here. Oh, look at how big it is. That is not good. It should be removed. It should be closer to static, right? The one in static is not too bad. It should be closer to that. So unit size, I guess. I guess it's unit size. I guess it's unit size. How do we know? How do we know? It doesn't change anything? Oh, it does? What? Ah, it's max distance, maybe. Yeah, max distance. 3? 3 meters? I think they should all be at 3 meters. That should be better, right? If we look at that, then when you are here, you should not be able to hear them. Let's try. La la li la me 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 oh mi amore. Mi amore, da da dee da doo da. Oh, my eyes. I'm sad. My eyes are... I'm crying all the time. With all of that fucking air in my face. Skibbity bop. Skibbity bop bop, as they say. You just need a friend to come poke your eyes. Would you touch my eyeball? Would you touch my eyeball? That would be such a cool title for a name. Mio amore, you're really trying to flirt with us. You are trying to flirt with us. Please, please buy the spaghetti first. Spaghetti. Buy the spaghetti, please. Or coffee. It actually doesn't hurt us when someone touches your eyeball. Really? I do think it does. When you touch it, it blinds the side of your screen. Like it's one of your social. I still won't convince me to get contacts though. Are you sure you don't feel anything? I'm pretty sure you do. I don't want to try, but I'm pretty sure you do. Oh my god, my eyes are constantly watering. I've been to an eye exam and they had to touch my eye with a machine, and you don't feel anything because they when I went to the eye doctor, they blew some water. They blew air into my eye, and I felt something. It wasn't pleasing. I think it feels something. Okay, I think we do feel something, to be honest. But okay. Like there's a nerve. There's literally a big nerve here. Maybe you don't feel things. Seto understands. Oh, you feel something, but it's not... It doesn't hurt. Okay. There are some people... I think it was something in Asia at some point. It was not that much of a thing elsewhere. But people were licking their eyeballs as like a sexual thing. The problem is that it's very dangerous because you introduce bacteria that are not supposed to be there, and you can get some serious eye infections. I don't know if you've heard about it. See, I don't want to just say man up, but I think we're coming to that point on the conversation. I don't think we are. Okay, let me do something. I remove the volume and we try to hear stuff, okay? I don't hear anything. Okay. That should be good. It should be good. Not gonna lie, I prefer the 5 minutes ago where I didn't have the eye licking information. I'm sorry. Do you want to forget it? I'm gay. I'm gonna stop the sentence here. But things we lick, I'm protected for life. I think you're not, Peacebreaker. I think you're not. I assure you it's something different. Because the problem is not you licking something. The problem is the other person being licked. And basically, the problem is the eye infection. And you can't do anything about it. And I guess if you lick other things before, then that might be another problem. If you see what I mean. Sorry, Herrick. But I think it's important to know that some people are licking their eyeballs like that. See that as a tongue and see that as an eyeball. They're doing like this. I wasn't being serious about being safe for life part, and I don't think like just anything I get grossed out very easily. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. We have a second thing that has been fixed, guys. Reduce size of sound in radio to avoid hearing it from the table. I am hearing it from the table and I don't like that. Sorry, I should stop with the accent. Let's do a French accent instead. I don't like hearing it from the table. Alors on va pas la faire from the table. Non mais oh. Non mais oh. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. You'll always have your French accent whether you know it or not. But it's not very strong, I'll give you that. Thank you, Peacebreaker. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Usually I'm like that. You know how you see my behavior right now, right? I'm trying to work, but I'm saying stupid shit. I make weird noises and stuff. Usually I do that, but at the end of the stream when I'm tired. But holy shit, today I took a nap before the stream and I felt like I was dead. You know that feeling when you're like sleeping and you're like, I'm dead. I'm so tired, I'm dead. I'm probably dead. And it's fine. And I really felt like that. I was like, I can't get up. There's no way I'm getting up to work. To work! And to think that all of it is because of Macron. Such a fucker. I hate him. Macron, si tu regardes ça, tu peux aller te faire foutre. Merci, bonjour. Merci, bonsoir. Happens all the time, okay. That is strong. We need to use the camera center when swapping to the dispenser fish. I'm like that, except I have 4 hours sleep. I'm fine getting out, but gives me 8 or more sleep, and it's like trying to give me out of bed is the hardest thing in the world. Interesting. Sometimes I do feel that way. The less I sleep, the better I feel. Like those past weeks, I've been sleeping less because I was going to bed quite late, and the cats were waking me up pretty early, and yet I was doing like huge work days, and it was mostly fine. I felt tired at the end, but I felt like good amount of tired. You know what I mean? As like you're going on a hike, it's difficult, and at the end you're tired. I felt like that, but like those past, let's say 2 or 3 days, I feel just tired, foggy all the time. It's weird. When they said that people used to sleep like that, they will see for 3 hours or 4, wake up and go back to sleep. I'm not sure how true that is though. Yeah, I've heard a lot. I've heard people talking about this. It would be basically the industrial revolution that pushed people to sleep for 8 hours, because then they needed to be up for a specific amount of time to go and work to the at the factory. But yeah, apparently people used to sleep, and if you look at other animals, I guess they kind of do that too. they don't necessarily sleep for 8 or 12 hours straight. They sleep for a while, they go do some other things, they go back to sleep. And you also adapt. I guess maybe in the past, you would also adapt to the heat. For example, if it's too... just like the Spanish are doing, right? If it's too hot after lunch, then you go for a siesta until like maybe 4, and then you continue your life. There was something invention of streetlights with the Industrial Revolution. Yes. It was the only time when you had lights all the time. This is crazy. There are things in life, when you think about them, they're crazy. At some point, when it was dark outside, it was just dark. And that's one of the reasons why it's so cool to go in the mountains, because you connect back to those simpler times, right? When you go into the mountains to do some hiking and stuff, you go by foot. It takes a while. It's difficult. The only thing you care about is eating and drinking, because you don't have anything else to think about. When there's no light, and you go to sleep. And that is pretty cool. Humans don't understand that literally the last hundreds or to 150 years have been the most impactful on our civilization as a whole. And we are only now doing things differently, and we've done for thousands upon thousands of years. That's very true. That's very true. Lots of changes that are very drastic, and maybe we're not meant to be that way, right? Just like this guy. Can you believe this guy? Look at that. The situation is crazy, and he's just going for a nap. He's just going for a nap. Like, look at him. Look at him. All comfy and everything under the cabinet. He's like, you know what? I'm taking a nap. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Who would take a nap? Whoops. I went outside. Whoops. Where am I? Ah. Social media has decentivized. Yeah, social media. Social media is the... How do we call that? Social media is the bane of our existence. What does it mean? What does it mean that something is the bane of our existence? First of all, is it the right sentence, or am I wrong? Second question, what does it mean? Is it related to Bane, the guy in Batman? Thank you for coming to my TED talk. Please answer the questions. Please answer. Please! Please! Release the fish. Fish dispenser. Where do we spawn the fish? Do you know? Spawn, upgrade visual. Do we have a spawn? I guess. I don't remember the code. I've done that like 2 weeks ago and I don't remember. A cause of great distress, annoyance, ruin, or harm. Okay. The bane. It's the bane of my existence. So I can say that Macron is the bane of my existence, right? That is a very good use case. Macron is the bane of my existence. Macron. He's probably one of the worst president that we had. Probably one of the worst. Where is the fish? Where is the fish? I don't remember when we were spawning the fish. Oh, I remember, because we are doing it in spawn upgrade. No, random upgrade. Something like that. Yes. Give upgrade? No. Use random upgrade? No. Ah, it's give upgrade. Okay. So in here we are doing focus table, and instead we are doing focus, we are doing center. That was an easy fix. That was a very easy fix. Mr. Potter! Mr. Potter! Madness stuff when not looking. Allow madness things to happen on game number. Oh, that is an interesting one. Reactive opponent based on what you do during the break. Ooh, that is interesting also. Spam click the hatch, open it. I'm gonna fix that today. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix probably that. Camera shakes too much. Camera shakes too much. I don't know. I don't know. Add a new thing in add new things in shader cache. Capsule rework. Check item. Yeah, okay. I've been working on a lot of different projects lately. Nothing game related, but still cool stuff. Okay. I mean, as like a side project or at work. A side project. Don't show advanced cursor when can't advance dialogue. I want to do that. Make the fish jump scare come from the fish on the left. Nice knife lose animation. Reactive opponent based on what you do during the break. Okay. Allow camera switching between table and focus. I don't know if I want to do that. Mechanic. Animation. Assigned to me. Hello, my name is Victor. Web specific things. La la li lu la lu la. Walla la la la. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Skibbity bop, skibbity bop, skibbity bop, 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 skibbity bop, skibbity bop, skibbity bop, bop, bop. Badabop, badabop, badabop. Badabop, badabop, badabop. Sorry, I need to shut up. I need to shut up. Shut up, you motherfucker. Force fish to play to the end. How do we do that? We go to the fish table. Table fish. And we have an animation player. And I think we want that to be at the end. So I'm gonna make a fish table. I'm gonna attach a script. I'm gonna attach a script in here. Scene. I don't know where to put it. Do we have something related to the table? Tabletop. Yeah, why not? Table fish. Ah, Godot is crashing. Godot is crashing. Are you ready? Are you ready for a Godot crash? Are you ready to rumble? Is it crashing? What is happening? Yes. Mr. Crash. You have crashed. You have crashed. Don't worry, I didn't crash. I am still here. It's just a little bit laggy. It's just a little bit laggy. I don't know if you still hear me. It's a little bit laggy. It's a little bit laggy. When I make it crash, for some reason... Shit! I launched Lexi spell. For some reason it gets really laggy. Your face has crashed. Yeah, it crashes for a while and then it comes back. It's fine. I don't want to save. Lord and Savior. Hello. Hello everyone. Lord and Savior. Okay, table fish. I want to attach a script. Please. Please, my lord. Please, my lord. Let me create a class called the table fish. I would like it. I would like it to be true. I'm gonna attach an animation player. Do you know how we seek? I don't remember how we do it, but I think we can just do seek. Do we need to play first or not? Seeks the animation to the seconds point in time. If update is true, the animation updates too. Otherwise, it updates at process time. Events between the current frame and seconds are skipped. Okay. The method audio animation playback tracker will not be processed. So we do true then. We do seek, and then we do true. Okay, what do we want? We want to get armature action. Animation player, get animation armature action, and then we can get the length somewhere in here. Or get duration, or get the length. Yes. Okay. We want to make sure that this is fine. Your face has crashed. I'm gonna crash my face into you. I'm gonna crash my face into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. La la lee. Mamma mo. Mamma me. Mamma mo. Mamma me. Change to camera center when killing fish. My name is Fish. And in here, force table fish to be in the correct state. I love fixing stuff like that. I love fixing small things. It is so easy. It's like easy, you know? And we like when it's easy. I think I will need to take a break pretty soon. Not because I'm basically going crazy, but I need to check that my cat is okay. Because my cat is spending a lot of time on the balcony in the heat. And I want to make sure that they're fine. Because sometimes, after a while, she wants to come back. And she will be like, meow! Meow! Mamma mia. I wanted to check something in here. Look at that. Someone told me if you click really fast, you can open the door, basically. I'm clicking really fast. And so they probably thought that it was actually wanted. So they clicked. And then they told me, but nothing happens. And it's like, yeah, nothing happens because it's not supposed to be that way. But it doesn't go back, right? So I don't have to click fast, basically. It's kind of cool. But it's not wanted. You're not that fast. No. Maybe clicking fast when changing the screen. No. It's just that they thought they needed to click fast because it opens really, really slowly. What you need to do is you need to click fast enough that it triggers another tween, basically. Because I didn't do the code, and what I suspect is that we are not killing the previous tween, and we are doing a relative thing instead of going between two set points. Do you think it's that? I think it's that. Let's see. Let's see, because I think it's Woland. Woland made it. Mr. Woland, it's your fault. Mr. Woland, it's your fault. Let's look at that. Let's analyze. Var tween, create tween. Oops. Oops. We never do that. We never do that. We never do that. We never do that. And if you're wondering why, then this is the reason. This is the reason. You can create a new tween and not kill the previous one only if the thing is happening once. Like maybe in the ready function. Right? But if something might happen multiple times, never ever, you just create a new tween, because what happens? They fight each other. They fight each other, but they're not killed. So you're moving a tween, right? It moves the thing, and then you're creating another one, and it starts moving, but it starts moving from where you are at that moment. And so then when this is finished, the other one is still taking precedence, and it's moving a little further, and then you have another one, and another one, and another one. Another one. You see what I mean? Code review, yeah. So this is wrong. Wrong. This is totally wrong. Thankfully, we have an easy solution. There is a tween open right over there. You should use that. Oh, because this is me. I made that. I made this code. You see the difference. I made the code. And so I'm using my kill and create tween. Skibbity bop. Skibbity bop. Tween valve. Tween. Tween shake. Tween. And then we can remove that and say tween shake. Please, utils, would you like to kill and create my tween? Yes, it's called the tween shake. Do you want to process during pause? I don't. But I want to set loops for 2. Yahoo! 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 Oh, that's the tween that keeps me for pre-ordering my Steam frame. Late already, exactly. The tween valve. I'm struggling to make a robust generic tween node. I don't know how to handle the finished, cause kill don't finish the tween, but custom step is messy. I don't know how to manage the anim finished properly. I guess the animation is finished if it's finished. Right? That's what I would do. If it's cancelled, it's not finished. It's cancelled. You could have a state for cancelled if you really want to know when it's cancelled. Otherwise, it's just finished. So if it's a tween that can be killed in the middle, it doesn't matter if it's finished or not. And if it's a tween that you need to wait for the finished state, you can just wait for the finished state. And if you want to go to the end of the tween to be in the state where it should be, you can make it go really fast. That's also a solution. You can do custom step and you can also make it go really fast. You can set the speed scale to something like 1000. From my experience, it works fine. It's one solution if you want to make sure that it arrives at the end. I used to await tween finished, but I can get stuck on it. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Have a custom... If you're making a custom node, you should have your custom finished, basically, I would say. Just add a last function call to it. Yeah, you add a last... At the end, you call your own custom signal emit. That would be better. That's personally what I would do. It is personally what I would do. I would like you to know that I do not agree. Oh, you know why I spend so much time? I told you this weekend I was working on automating a bunch of stuff. So I automated some things. It was cool. Even like QR code reading and sending files to my Steam Deck more properly, whatnot. Anyway, one other things that I tried to do is find a way to properly switch between AzerT and QWERTY. Because I can switch right there. I can switch between US and French. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's switching at a very high level. So it will switch, for example, in Godot, my A becomes a Q. But games usually get their input at a lower stage. I don't know where exactly. So for most games, they don't see my keyboard being switched. Why even switch? Because AZERTY is a pain in many games. Many games are made for QWERTY keyboard, and they don't support AZERTY keyboards. And I don't want to go through the hassle of rebinding my keys. Or, in some cases, rebinding my keys is not even possible. So that's why I want to switch. For example, if I launch Arc Raiders, it's expecting QWERTY. So if I switch my keyboard to QWERTY, I can just play normally, like I would with my AZERTY keyboard. I don't have to think about it. I just place my hands where they should be and it works. For games, I don't know what they do. I don't know why they do it, and I don't know how they do it. But what is happening? They are not doing it the way Godot does it, right? In Godot, you set the physical key, and then it works. But many other games don't do that. And so switching the layout like this on KDE actually doesn't send the right input. They still see the actual like input sent by my keyboard, I guess. And so I find a way. I was able to use KeyD that is supposed to be just for that. But I messed up the configuration. And I found myself in a situation where I was between an AZERTY keyboard and a QWERTY keyboard, and I had no access to numbers anymore. You're telling me, no problem, just remove the config file or deactivate the stuff. I was not able to do sudo anymore. Because it asked for my password. And my password has numbers in it. I was locked. And crazy enough, even when I was booting on a TTY thingy, like not in the desktop environment, it was still active. And I couldn't find a way, so I logged onto my Windows machine, Windows partition, and I used the fucking software to open ext4 to modify the config value. And since then, I've been too afraid to modify that config. I'm too afraid to get stuck in between those two configurations. It really just depends which part of the input event game you use. Like on Windows, you get a key chord and a Unicode code point. Yeah. And on Windows, for example, I have a quick setting to jump between keyboard layouts, and it works fine, even in-game, right? I can switch between QWERTY and AZERTY, and it works fine. Forced to use keyboard though. No, it wasn't even working. And I don't have a keyboard. But I think it would not even work, because basically what it's doing is it's receiving an input and it's translating it. So even if you're trying to send like 2, it would translate to something else. Reminds me of my pre-internet Windows 95 days. Optimizations program removed the German keyboard layout from the config. Then I finally learned what's supposed to be in there. And then I couldn't type it since I was stuck in English keyboard layout and couldn't figure it out. I do feel you, but I was in an even worse case. It's not that I wasn't able to figure it out. Because I use QWERTY sometimes, so I know the mapping. I know where I need to press to have an M, for example, or how by default you have numbers and not. But they were not there. It was creating another output. It was stuck in between, so it was creating another output. It was fucking awful. So you should get an Apple after all. No. I need to figure out how to use KeyD, but weirdly enough, nobody on the internet is trying to switch between 2 layouts. Everyone is just trying to remap a bunch of keys, and I'm like, I don't care about remapping keys. I want to switch between a full layout. Took me half a working day to type my email because I couldn't figure out how to type an A. And it's true, if you are before the internet, it's very... Code is different based on Mac version. Keyboard, etc. Okay. That is nuts. That is nuts. So, if you know how to use KeyD, tell me. That was 2016 or so. 2016? Oh, you're talking about... You're talking about what? The Windows 95 or the... You can look up the key combos, but there's just not one. Apple in this case. Apple had no @ symbol? Is that what you're trying to say? You couldn't do an at? How do you do that? I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand. They have an at, but based on the version of the Mac, the keyboard and it's 2 or 3 different places. Ah, okay. And I think in my case, it even switched between programs. macOS, it's funny that macOS is seen as this OS where everything just works, because it seems like it's pretty bad in terms of UX, especially. So many built-in features are not built-in, and people use third parties to do them. And it's kind of crazy when you think about that. I've heard people talk about like just being able to do that, like to snap windows between stuff. It was not a feature, and so they were using third parties for that, and a bunch of other things. And I was like, what? Whoever believes that never tried to compile programs on it. I hate Apple. I hate Apple the same way I hate Macron. To me, they represent the same thing. They represent everything that is wrong with this world. It takes you 10 minutes to call git info, because when you run git, it will behind the scenes update and recompile everything to make sure nothing got changed. What? What? So this is a problem. This is a problem. So let's do it. Let's do it over there. And let's do var default rot. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. A skibidi. A skibidi. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. A skibidi. A skibidi. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi. Skibidi. Skibidi bop. Sorry, I was talking about a different thing. That should be working now. Hello, Arcam. How are you doing? And not to forget the sudden program they introduced that would constantly read your most used files to keep them in the SSD cache, even if you still have an HDD. Oh my god. Apple. 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 Apple is shit. Apple is shit. So, I'm fixing this, so let's try to do it. Let's try it. Oh, I'm gonna faint, I think. I'm taking a break in just a second. Also, it's very hot in my room. It's way more hot than elsewhere in the apartment. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm watching the stream while playing Mini Shoot Adventure, which is very nice. I finished it very recently. But I don't know if I finish it, or if I finish it the way I finished it. Smacks, I'm pretty sure you played it. Would you recommend, like, finishing? If I'm correct, like, I finished it. But when I finished it, it told me there is more to discover, and I can see that the map is not fully discovered, I think. And honestly, it was cool. Mini Shoot Adventures, still on my wish list. Oh, I really thought you played it for some reason. But yeah, Mini Shoot Adventures, exactly. Mini Shoot. Mamma mia! I didn't fix it. Why? Oh, because it's grabbing initial rotation in here. What a mistake! What a mistake! The initial rotation should be grabbed once. At the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Oh, grabbity, grabbity, grabbido. Rap, rap. Fucking hell. Mamma mia. Shake a hinge. I want you to shake the hinge, please. I thank you. Toulouse studio behind it. I'm getting so lost so often in this game. I got lost a few times. Yeah. I guess it's part of the fun, right? It's supposed to be almost a... It's a Metroidvania, right? It is a Metroidvania, so I guess you're supposed to be lost a little bit. Toulouse. Programmer lost his mind live on stream. Mamma mia. The programmer lost his mind. Ah, I'm so fucking tired. I'm gonna try to do something. I'm gonna try to take very quick naps. When things are happening, I'm taking quick naps like that. Okay. Morning. What's with all the European streamers being tired? I think it's the heat. I think it's the heat. It is the heat. Heat wave. We would prefer synthwave and not heat wave, if you see what I mean. Spam click, fix, spam click. The hatch opens it. Get air conditioning. It is not going to solve the problem, and most of us can't because of how the apartments are made, and also most of us are renters, and there are been a bunch of problems, and also we have like a few days of heat during summer, so most of the time it's useless. It is not the solution. The solution is to burn Macron. Goodbye, Macron. Goodbye, Macron. Goodbye, my Macron. Goodbye, my hater. You will not be loved. I fucking hate you. I'll do a game against Macron at some point. Maybe when he's finally gone. A game to remember him, where we have to like throw stuff at him. That would be fun, something like that. And maybe I'll get arrested, and it's fine. It'll be for the right cause. He's really... No. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. No, guys, everything is fine. Believe me. Believe me. Everything is fine. No. Everything is fine. It is fine. Don't be worried. Everything is fine. It is fine. Puss! Good old beat up bush flash game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But something a bit more... It needs to be... I don't know. It needs to be something that will attack his immense ego. Something like that. Not necessarily violence. But it needs to remind people how stupid he is. And how vile. You imagine the world under a giant air conditioner in the future? That could be the argument for a game. A giant air conditioner? Yeah, totally. And the way we make it work is we put people inside of the air conditioner as fuel, right? Yeah. and you have like a day per year, which is the air conditioning day, where people get selected at random. They get abducted like that, like, and then they go into the air conditioner and they get burned for the entire year. So we get air conditioning. Yes. Like the International Air Conditioner Space Base has break and people are dying and you're sent there to fix it. Interesting. Okay, I'm going for a little break, okay? Where I will take some Adderall and maybe some Coke, we'll see. And after that, I will fix the Omen scene that is broken. I will fix the Skull Omen, and I will fix the Kraken Omen, okay? We need to understand what is happening, why it's not working, and we need to find a fix for it, okay? And it is fine. Fixing things is what I do for a living. I'm a fixer. Call me at 0887444441. Call me now. I'm tired. I'm tired of myself, you know. Imagine that if you are tired because you watch me and you're like, oh fuck, can he stop for a second? Imagine I have to live with myself, okay? And when I'm not vocalizing stuff, it's still in my head. So I get tired, okay? So you get a little bit of that, yeah, okay, sorry. But I'm not the only one to suffer. So you have to suffer with me a little bit. Thank you. See you in 5. No, it doesn't lag. You lag. Gulag. Congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay. If you want to start making games, don't worry. You just need that. You know what this is? This is a game engine. This is a game engine. Just use a game engine. Pick whatever game engine you want and just start making games. You find a cool game, you clone it. This is Pong. Boom. You clone it. Make a game. You just make a game. And that's it. You're a game developer. If you make games, you're a game developer. Imitation of my cat. This is the door in front. This is the door right there. Imitation. That's it. She sits there. Them. So they just continue speaking English with their French accent. And people will also mock them. Because then they will say, oh, you have a French accent when you... So whatever you do, you are fucked. The only thing you can do is keep all of that and try to have a good accent. Like from the get-go. And if you have a good accent from the get-go, then it's fine. People are like, oh my god, you have such a good accent. How do you do it? You fucker! You need to try! It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here. And this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bowl. I could do that, but do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now, so maybe I want to. Happy to help. Happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. Happy to fucking help. What do you think? I am happy to what? To fucking help. I am happy to fucking what? To fucking help. Fucking fuck. Happy to help. Who? Happy to help what? What do you mean happy to help? What do you mean happy to help? You didn't do anything. Are you going to take the things even though you didn't do anything? Are you like that? Are you going to do that? You can't. Wow, it's so freaking hard. But this is good. But this is really, really good. I put some water on my face. Should be a little bit better. It feels better. It's incredible. It's incredible how we can increase the cool effect by putting water on ourselves and blowing air on it. Okay, so the problem that we have is, I believe, we are putting it on the overlay scene, and I need to figure out what is happening. So let me try to see what's happening. Oh, the overlay scene is used by someone else, right? Okay. So the monocular is adding the child, and then we are removing the omen. Remove omen. We are saying omen instance, and we're queuing free, and we are setting to null. Okay. I don't know what's happening, but we can try. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. So, I'm giving myself the upgrade monocular player, and I'm giving myself 2 monoculars, right? So supposedly the first one is fine. Okay, then it's done, and the second one, to me it's fine. How does that work? Why do we have the canvas layer in here? I really don't like that. So we have sound effects should be here. Yeah, at least. Camera 3D should be the first thing. And so I guess we are using an environment It would probably be better the environment to use for this camera. Is it the same, by the way? No. Save as. Do we have omens in here? We do. This is Kraken Env. I prefer to have them saved. Save as Skull Env. I mean, they're put in here. I'm not really sure why they wouldn't work. Right. Wallen is telling me that it's weird the second time, but I don't feel like it's true. I don't see any difference. I don't think I see any difference. Maybe if I play and I move to another stuff. Shit. What do we have? Maybe it's not supposed to be like that, but I'm not sure how it's supposed to be then. Can we launch the Kraken on its own? Does it work? Okay, maybe it's supposed to be more dark like that. Can we instantiate like the Kraken in here, for example? Ah, yeah, but we're going to see that on top. I am not sure. I am not sure what's happening. I am not sure what's happening. Animation started. We instantiate. We are adding the child. Game process. Process mode. What? Oh, we are saving the game process. Then we are disabling it. We are hiding it. Okay. Then we're queuing free and we're saying that the camera is current. And I guess because we spawned this camera becomes current. The problem is that this is still here with the world environment. And maybe that's what is causing the issue. Let's try something. In here we could have a function. I have something for the visuals, right? I don't remember. Fish ending and everything. Region visuals, okay. Cut to black demo. Funk. Funk. Remove env. And reset env or re-add env. I want to reset the env to default. Reset env, I think is fine. Do we have the world environment in here? Should be at the end. So we could say environment. Is there a way to like disable it instead of removing it entirely? Camera attributes, environment. Is there a way to like disable it? I guess not. That's a shame. So environment could be like null. Otherwise, environment could be... do we have that environment saved as a... as game end? Yeah, we do, right? Baba, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How's the game going? Thank you. I'm working on O.B.O.L, and if I'm not finishing too late, I'll switch back to the incremental 3D. Try to do at least like one thing. Progress, as we say. Remove env and reset env. Let's do that. Let's add a console command for that. Console add command remove env, and I'll call remove env. In console add command reset env and reset env. What's happening when you do that? Hello, Extravit. Hello, Piqui. I don't know how to pronounce that. Remove env. Okay. Reset env. Okay. So for example, if I do remove env, we will see the difference. Wow, the difference is drastic, right? Don't look at this, of course. Don't look at this. I'll give myself a monocular. We'll look at it. Aha, there was a problem. I think there's a problem with the environment. Sometimes it doesn't override. We can clearly see that in here it works well. Now, if I reset the environment and I do this, you see it's wrong. You see it's wrong. Interesting. I wonder why. Ah, maybe it's the fog volume. Maybe it's the fog volume. Peut-être que ça se prononce pet couille. You said it really well in the first try. Piqui? This long view is broken. This long view is fucking broken. It's fucking long view. The long view? I would like you to give me the long view. Put it in my ass. Put the long view in my ass. Would you? Sorry. So is it because of the fog volume or is it because of the environment? To know that, let's remove the fog volume and let's try to do that again. Because maybe it's the fog volume and I don't know. Il a craqué. Ah ouais, complètement, il fait trop chaud. So it seems to not do anything. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess it's the environment. Are you guys telling me that Godot is completely stupid with environments, and if you have an environment on a camera, it doesn't simply overrides it? Is that true? Is that true? Should we read the documentation about environments to know? Environment is post-processing, high dynamic range, resource, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. There's nothing. I hate you. I hate you. Environment in post-processing. I mean, I will just try. I will remove the environment. An environment can be set to a camera 3D node. It will have priority over any other setting. That's what we do, and yet it seems it's not working. This is mostly useful when you want to override an existing environment, but in general it's a better idea to use the option below. Whole world environment node medium priority recommended. The world environment node blah 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 blah. Okay. So it's shit. Environment option. The following is a detailed description of all. Okay. So theoretically does it automatically. Theoretically does it automatically, and yet I can see with my own little eyes, with my own fucking little eyes, that it's not working. So I'm wondering, I'm asking myself a question. I'm questioning the validity, right? Where are you from? Your French does not sound English, and your English does not sound French. Ah, pardon! Pardon, j'ai oublié. J'ai oublié. T'es prêt? T'es prêt? Prête? Attention. Sorry guys. Let's switch to French English. Now it should be better. He's from Mars, as all men. True. I think the book is bullshit though, so be careful. Maybe he's from Frankland. Ah, le Frankland. Il fait trop chaud les gars. Il fait trop chaud les guys. Trop chaud, trop chaud. Trop chaud, trop chaud. On a enlevé le fog volume. On upgrade le monocular player. Et on essaye. On teste. We try the monocular and it works. It works. It works even though we have the same world environment. So it is the fog volume. Oh my god. The fucking fog volume. Oh my god. It makes so much sense. We don't have to remove. This is the English I can speak. No probs. No probs. That's why I'm switching to it. That way it makes it more accessible. C'est horrible, on dirait moi. Mais non, mais non. C'est ok. C'est ok. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Okay, so we need to disable the fog volume. So, thank you, PK. Are you doing parkour, or did you just type random letters on your keyboard? You went, oh shit, I need a username, and you went... Or, you're doing parkour, and you're like, I'm gonna start with PK for parkour, and then glide, because you're like gliding. No? Okay. Okay, so just below the remove environment, let's say set fog visible, which is going to be useful. You can't see, but I'm tapping the screen. It is going to be useful because we need to do some modifications for the game to work well in web mode. Because Godot 4 and Forward Plus doesn't work well on the web. So, the way I see it is fuck Forward Plus. You weren't even talking to me. No, I was talking to PK. Thank you for the follow, Piqui. Or my nickname, my full name is Pierre Qui. Oh, you doxed yourself. You doxed yourself. I will find you. I will find you. And I will kill you. Well, I will not, but I was doing Liam Neeson in the movie Taken, right? You know, I will find you, and I will kill you. So set fog visible, fog state. We want a little boolean. I hope you guys like booleans because they are our friends. You know, they are our friends. Yes, I'm friend with a boolean. what is the problem? Fog state, and then we want fog volume 2. Fog volume 2? Fog volume 2 is like a music album by a weird artist, you know, experimental, doing weird things. And the first album was Fog Volume, and the second one is Fog Volume 2. And they're doing a collab with Volume, the game. It's very drum and bassy, you know. Of course, all of what I'm saying is fictional. It doesn't exist. But this is Volume. It's a real game. By the creators of Babdi. And... oh, fuck. What's the name of the game? The 1v1 game. Where... what is the name of the game? Help me. Please. Babdi and then... Fuck. I don't remember. Léonard Lemaitre. Straftat, which is a free game. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Straftat is a free game. If you like 1v1, if you like the idea of telling someone 1v1 on D-Dust to show if you're a real man, you should play Straftat. You should play Straftat. Skibidi bop. Oh, it gave me an idea for my incremental game. It gave me an idea for my incremental game. You should be given you're given meaningless rewards when achieving certain thresholds. One of them is a pig, a stuffed pig. A stuffed pig, and that's it. One of them is a stuffed pig. I saw that. I saw the pig in here, and I was like, oh my god, it works so well. It works so well with my game. Straftat is a great game. Straftat is a great game. It's a really good game. You should play it. You should play it. Are you playing it? You should. Skibidi bop. Da 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 do da 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 do da 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 do da 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 do da 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 do da da do da 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 do da do. Sorry. The heat is not helping. The heat is not helping. And the coffee is not helping. Nothing is helping. I should bump and go straight to Coke, I think. Inject Coke in my eyes directly. Do you think it works? Maybe not. 30 people now have this song stuck in their heads. Sorry. You need to take some time off. I know you need money, but you need to take a good long weekend off and relax. That's what I did yesterday. I relaxed by fixing some Linux stuff. Small brains can't handle their heavy loads. Fuck you, Peacebreaker. Help me take some time off. Help me take some time off. And my games are on sale, by the way, in case you want to give them a try. Don't hesitate to take a look. And also on itch. Unfortunately, Lexispell is not on sale because it released too close to the beautiful summer sale. Summer sale sadness. Na 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 na. I wanted my game to be on sale and it didn't work. Okay, so removing the fog volume actually didn't do anything. I am very sad. I don't understand. I don't understand. I removed the fog volume and it didn't work. Harry, help me. I removed the fog volume. I removed the fog volume, and yet it didn't work. I would like you to hide that you like the fog volume. Summertime sadness. Spawn Omen. We do the transition and everything. We hide the fog volume visible, fog state. Okay. Is that it? Maybe there's something else that needs to be done. Maybe I still need to remove the... the world environment just to be sure. But it seems weird, to be honest. It seems weird that it would not work. Let's go to the Kraken. Good morning! I took a week off of work to work on my game because summer is slow for us. That is pretty cool. And how is it going? How is it going? Temporal reprojection. I would like you to temporal reproject. Skaboom! 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 Yeah, 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 yeah! Oh, yo, yo! Oh, yo, yo! Good so far. Taking time like this makes me realize even more I want to do this full time. Good luck. Good luck. Doing this full time is not easy, but I wish you the best. 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 It worked. It worked better because I removed the volume earlier, I would say. I think the problem was the volumes were not removed and then it was breaking everything. It works. Is it good enough though? Are we seeing what we should be seeing? I am not sure. I am not sure. Are we not supposed to see the skull? Maybe not. Mr. Skull, don't you have glow in your eye, Mr. Skull? Ah! Should we have Mr. Skull with glowing eyes? Right? Should we see some glowing eyes? Maybe we should. Who is that guy? Hello? Hello? Who are you? Hello, Mr. Dude. Can I go inside? Hello? Ah! I'm inside the fish. Look. Look, Mom. I'm a fish. Look, Mom. I found a hat. What is this? A new area? No. It's just a... It's the scene that has always been there for the Omen. To show us... when you look inside of the monocular, you're seeing this. But the Kraken has eyes. I feel like maybe the skull should also have like glowing eyes. Right? I feel that it should have that. Oh no, I removed! I removed the glowing eyes. Ah bah dis donc. Ah bah dis donc. Bah. Je ne crois pas que ça a été un échec. Je dirais que ça n'a pas fonctionné. Oui. Mais qu'est-ce que ça fait cette merde? Pourquoi ça va aussi vite? Mais pourquoi ça va aussi vite? Oh, c'est de la merde. Oh! Mais c'est de la merde. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Mais pourquoi la scène est aussi grande? Et on est où? On est où là? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se putain de passe? Si vous voyez ce que je veux dire. Bonjour à toi, jeune chenapan. Je ne comprends pas trop ce qu'il se passe. Pourrais-tu m'éclairer? Pourrais-tu m'éclairer? J'aimerais que tu m'éclaires. J'aimerais que tu m'éclaires. J'aimerais que tu m'éclaires. Pourrais-tu m'éclairer? J'aimerais que tu m'éclaires. Pourrais-tu m'éclairer? J'aimerais que tu m'éclaires. You got guys trip next weekend? I think I'm about to break up with the guys. I mean, we're friends and all, but I moved to a different state and it's been almost 2 years now. And none of them have moved to the same state. Instead, they want to stay with their families. Yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal. You should gaslight them. And you should make them feel bad for choosing their families over you. I think that's fair, Peacebreaker. I think that's totally fair. Totally fair. Give me the monocular. Ah, that is kind of cool. Let's go. I think it works now. I fixed it. Fix monocular world env not working correctly. And I will grab a note. I will grab a note and I will say fog volumes in the game scene were messing with the look, even though the game was disabled and not visible. Perfect. Okay, I'm not going to do the web fixes right now, but I'm going to set up the fixes that we can have for the web version, okay? So the way we are going to do it is very simple. Somewhere we have a isDemo on readyvar. On readyvar is web bool. OS has a feature web. And in here, if we want to, we can say is web is equal to true. Hey, you can override if you want. Sorry. Stop that. Can you stop? And then we add a console command. Console add command set is web or web console web, and we pass an argument which is enable, something like that. Okay, where is console web? We want to do something. Console web enable string. And the first thing we can do is if enable is valid bool. Is valid bool? We don't have is valid bool? What? What? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, we're not validating anything. We're not validating anything. And we are simply saying if... Can we create a bool out of enable? Then we want to say... What happens if you do that? What happens if it doesn't work? The constructor. Cast a float returns false if from is equal. No. Ah. Oh, we can't do it from a string. I didn't realize. Oh my god. Don't we have a bool stuff in here? Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll do it manually. Uh, if enable in, so enable to lower in true or false, if it's inside of here, we do the thing, right? So we can say we can do ternary operations now in Godot. Am I right? Is web, we can say true if true, else false. No? We can do something like that? True if true? No. If enable to lower, it's not really a ternary operation. Else false. Okay. elif enable is valid int, we are going to do is valid int and no. Enable, I want that as an int. If it's different than 0, they're going to print an error. You should do a game jam for your viewers. Just have everyone for this stuff in like a month, and then you do the special. So you just go through the games. Yeah, but no. Honestly, I don't think it would bring anything to the table. I have ideas for specific jams I'd like to make, but a normal jam, no. I'm not really super interested, to be honest. There are so many game jams out there. If I'm making a jam, it's because it's a special idea I have. And I have some special ideas, I just don't know when to do them. I don't really have time. And here you return. Otherwise, you use web. Okay. And then we can do that. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay. So we have the game environment in here. Game env. I'd like to make unique. Save as. I don't know where it's saved. Probably saved in shared. Compositor effect. Where is it saved? It's saved in the game itself. Res game env. Yep. Game env web. Give me a sec. Game and web. Alright. Well, in here, no volumetric fog, but we want normal fog. And I think that's basically it. Same tone map and same background. Game and web. Okay, and so in here we'll do that loading. We have those consts enabled, round dependencies. Please packed. Okay, let's do sport var x sport var env desktop. It's an environment. Preload. And then the other one. Env. Whoops. Env web. Okay. If global is demo, no, is web. Environment is equal to env web else env desktop. Okay, that is good. So now if we load, it should be different. Ba-ba-bee, boo-ba-boo-ba. Oh yeah. It doesn't make a huge difference. What? In terms of the game in here, it doesn't make a huge difference. Okay. Okay. It's just much darker, right? If you compare it. I should take a screenshot. It's not just dark, it's also... It's dark, but it's also like... It lowers the light. Are we not at 0, 0 in here? Yeah, we are. Ah, but we need to have like height density also, I guess. What is it saying in here? It's not telling us anything. Stop. Oh, it's so shit. Tell me. It's not telling me anything. Oh my god, that is so shit. Oh, it's pretty cool though. It's not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Having the fog inside it looks quite cool, I would say. Okay, let's do a test. Run in the browser. Because there are other things that need to be fixed, but I don't remember what. Sharing the document Rollup Games accessing our Nintendo Engine port. As we recently announced, it won't be free for anyone anymore, because it will be free for what we call e-contributors. What? As you may have heard we are no longer providing a course for free. Before we go and explain what it means, we should clarify that this is not relatively endorsed by Godot Foundation. To the point. From now on to exit, Godot Engine, it's completely free, community-driven, open source projects, reliability and volunteers. In other words, that's free because other people put in the effort. This name is pretty subjective, but after some thought, I have now read a few direct access, already being a Godot or Godot NS contributor, having contributed to those repositories, already being a sponsor for FOSS projects related to Godot. Employing Godot contributors, individuals have donating Godot at least 100 or companies, these are direct path. Okay. So basically they're not free, but not free. Free, but not free, but free. Yeah, okay, so to work on that, we need more work because basically all the lighting is broken. So I guess it's not just a question of environment. Why, it's so much lighter. No, I mean, it's mostly the same. It's mostly the same, it's just that the title screen also has the same issue. Right? It has a world environment that needs to be saved as title screen env, and then make unique, save as title screen env web. Yeah. So it is going to feel extremely dark. It's going to feel extremely dark. But I don't think it's a huge problem. Oops. Oh fuck, it's crashing again. The fact that it's crashing when creating a window is so annoying. Like, I don't know what is happening. Fuck you. Okay, I'll lag for a few seconds. See you. We need to bump to 4.7. So script, title screen 3D, export var. And web scene on the web. Those are environments. Yes. Okay, world env and we want to say if globals is web, but also we need to remove the fog volumes. I mean, they will just not work, I guess. It will just not work. But yeah. Okay. It is a pain. In my opinion, we should just set it up without the volumetric fog. That will make our life easier. There is something else to do, and it's this, the prediction, the sprites. Okay, so transparency is not working. So what if instead of transparency, we're using modulate? We're using modulate A. You see, this is something I really don't like. A direction I don't like with Godot is that you are playing with some values and you don't realize that some values are not going to be available in another renderer, and you're here and you have to read about the entire stuff, arrive at the end, and it's just a note, only supported when using forward plus. There should be a little asterisk in here or something when it's only available in a renderer, in my opinion. So, we want to do the opposite in here, right? We want to make it 1 from 0 because it's the opposite. And I want to appear. Oh, fuck it. Who is making them disappear? Okay, it worked fine. Run in the browser, let's see. Okay, it doesn't look too bad now, honestly. Doesn't look too bad. The glow in here doesn't look the same color. That looks a little weird. It's not that bad. It's overall more bright, I think. It's not that bad. Okay. Set up env when on the web and fix prediction transparency. I think we're pretty much there, honestly. But that's pretty cool. Tutorial not showing. So tutorial not showing, I have no idea. When is this created? Let's do it differently. Okay. So theoretically, it's only with the settings. think it works. Don't have to do anything. Okay. I want to do the cursor stuff. So dialog label, auto cursor. Do we have a way to disable it? Active, yeah. Okay. So I'm grabbing auto cursor. Oof, why do we have that over here? Okay. And so when you say can advance, you know, we want to set get on that. Okay, sorry, what? Should not have worked. But I guess I think I understand. The auto cursor. Okay. Doesn't work. Why do I go through the thing every time? Why do I see it? It's the opposite. Okay. That works. Game title screen, Omen, and so I've done it in here and here. Okay. The knife loose animation. It's gonna take quite a while. Take quite a while. Or maybe I make the simplest one. I just don't do the fish stuff. I don't know where it is. How is it called? Release the fish. Fish ending. I'm not sure. Start fish bones. It's not the same fish. Release the fish. What? I don't understand. What do we do when we lose? Opponent lose. What? Endgame. We lost fish ending. Okay. We're playing fish ending. I don't want to do that anymore. What the fuck? Yeah. We don't really need that. I don't think I'm going to do that now. But at least what I can do is, instead of this, it's going to say play random end and anim. Okay, I'll just set up in place. Full random anim. And so in here, maybe it's not that hard. Maybe I can do one relatively fast. Why do I not have any tweens in here? The fuck? Where are all the tweens? Where are all the tweens in here? I don't use any tweens. What? I mean, we don't really need, we could have a local tween. Set ease, we don't care. Process. Set process mode. No. Set pause mode. Stop. Okay. Theoretically in here you should not be able to do anything, but we don't care. I'm going to tween property the knife. I want to make sure that I'm at the right spot. In here we should have prevent clicks show. Global position. The global position can be camera main, global position, plus camera main, global transform. The camera transform. Use local space. No. I'm in -Z. So it's -Z. Maybe I should have done an animation for that. It would be simpler. Maybe I should do that. Okay, target pause. What is the problem? Oh, fuck it. It's always buggy. Global transform. It's not global transform I want. I want basis. Do I want global basis? Maybe I just want basis. Basis Z. And we want to move, I don't know, 0.75 or something. 0.75. We have the target pause. We go there in like 1 second, maybe. Then we stab. It needs a bunch of stuff. So would it be simpler? Nice idea. Hello. Nice idea of what? Would it be simpler to have an animation player? The thing is, I don't know where the knife is, so I need to make sure that it starts when the knife is at the right spot and everything. That's kind of an issue. So tween property. This one is easier. We can basically duplicate that, and for the target position we can say camera main global position, and it can do that really quickly. And I'm gonna write in here to do add anticipation. Okay, and add at the same time as we're doing this, in parallel maybe, we can tween callback, transition, show transition, and we can pass a speed that is pretty high, 100. And we want to do that in parallel. So we want to do that, set delay. Maybe this needs to be 0.3, set delay 0.15, something like that. What happens when we finish? We call endgame? No. Let me look at the animation player. Fish ending. Function fish ending, cut to black demo. Is that it? Maybe we were looking at the end. Game ended. at the end, you do twin interval. You interval like a second, and then you do twin callback, and you emit that. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. That should be better. Okay, shut up. Okay, 0. So if I do that, I lose. Okay, it's really shitty right now, but okay. Okay. At least it's in place. At least it's in place. And what I can do... what I can do is I can create an array of callables. Can you just put that right there and it works as a callable? Can you just do that? Yeah. Okay. That is very easy. So I'll work on those animations later. Now I'm going to switch to the incremental. I want to at least do something, like one thing. So of course we'll turn the knife correctly. Okay, one idea that we had is the knife could go and cut your head, and the camera falls into this. But the table right now is not a static body, so it would need to become a static body. It would need to become a table body on which you can have a collision. And because you don't want the thing to fall, you can have like ledge. We can have like ledges everywhere. Perfect. Should I do a test? I can grab that. I can remove this. Make sure that this is at the right spot. It's gonna be harder than I thought. But I still want to try. So imagine that the rigid camera becomes the current one. So this is frozen. This is not current. This is frozen. Switch that. Freeze is equal to true. I hope it's going to be nice. I'm not going to do it, but I just want to see if it actually works. We want some angular damping and some velocity damping. Okay, and then what I want is to apply an impulse. No, on the body. I want to apply central impulse, and the impulse should be it should be global basis. Z minus Z, I think. Minus Z, right? We want to go in minus Z. I don't know what force. Maybe not too much, like 2. Apply central impulse. Let's see. Let's see if it works. It will be fun. What's happening? The fuck? The fuck? What's happening? I hate when it does that. Literally what? Makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. Okay, I want to lose. I'm not going to be at the right position, I think. Okay, it actually works, but I don't know what I'm seeing though. I think having a rigid body is not going to work. I will do an animation probably. It's gonna be simpler. I'm gonna do a specific animation, that way I can control how it looks. Because if I do yeah, it's gonna be too complex to have the right look. But okay, that works. Cool. All right. All right, quick break and I continue this. Quick break and I continue this. See you in 5 minutes max. It looks like this. So the Bilbok, I actually didn't make the Bilbok. I got it, the Kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. Dupe. Okay. Dupe. Okay. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot to add the dash bounce. Let's go, infinite bounce. Happy to help. Happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. Happy to fucking help. What do you think? I am happy to what? To fucking help. I am happy to fucking what? To fucking help. Fucking fuck. Happy to help. Who? Happy to help what? What do you mean happy to help? What do you mean happy to help? You didn't do anything. Are you going to take the things even though you didn't do anything? Are you like that? Are you going to do that? You can't. When they will look at Henry, the shopkeeper, they will definitely get hard. I think that's how it works. Henry, the shopkeeper, boom, instant hardness. Instant hardness. The PP is fully hard. Try the steps to see if you get stuck. I never get stuck with the stairs. I love the stairs. The stairs are working incredibly well, right? No problem with the stairs. Why would the stairs not work? We are sometimes ejected where we not want to, but it... Her point. Main character positioned prominently in the center. In the center. In the center. In the center. This is the definition of center from the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. This is the definition of center. This is literally his definition of center. Clearly on the fucking right. You think like it is a fart. It is a fart, yes. It is a fart. Sometimes it's nice and you're surprised and it's actually a nice and punchy one. And sometimes it's actually a shart and it's not pleasing at all. This is AI. You're right. AI is a fart. Mais maman, j'en ai marre d'être surveillé par tout le monde. C'est quoi ces histoires de data? J'ai 4 ans, je ne comprends pas. I would like my fish to be long. Hello, my name is Fish. And when I talk, I elongate. I am a long fish. The longer I talk, the more I elongate. So it's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here. And this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bowl. I could do that. But do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now. So maybe I want to. Wow, it's so freaking hard. But this is good. But this is really, really good. This is hard. This is hard and good. If I do it fast enough, I can just make it rotate. Like a helicopter. But with a label. Back. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Let's see how many points we do every time we kill a... Oh, the points. Oh no! all of that to lose the combo. In one fucking mistake, I lost everything. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. I am 30, by the way, in case you're wondering. Actually, we're not circumcised over here, so let's do that, and then we have a little vein over there, and maybe a vein here. Yeah. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? Welcome B. Welcome B. Why did I put this top audio high? Okay, so what I want to do... I have a bunch of stuff, but I'm not going to work that much on the incremental. Ah yeah, I would like to have the punch card machine. Punch card machine would be really cool, but we are not doing that today. It's gonna take too much time. I'm gonna work on something simpler. I'm gonna work on the SFX trigger and on cursor to show grabbable or not. Sliding door would be cool, but I don't have time for that. Dialogue system. Cursor to show grabbable or not. So for the SFX trigger, what I want to do is to use this, the get property list. Added tool keyboard on top. Created a non-exported dictionary mapping the enum values to the color. Added the get property list go to override function to display properties that are only meant to act upon this underlying dictionary. Added the get or set function to these generated display properties to display modify the underlying. Okay, get property list. The final array. Append the group which will contain the generated properties. For each enum value, append a property with that name into the array. Get property, set property. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is a bad example. This is a bad example. Do you know how it works? The get property list. Okay, overrides this method to provide a custom list of additional properties to handle by the engine. Should return a property list as an array of dictionaries. The result is added to the array of get property list and should be formatted in the same way. Each dictionary must at least contain the name and type entries. You can use get property can revert. The example below list displays a list of numbers, shows as words. Okay, so number, set numbers, numbers resize, number count, get property list. And so then you're adding a new property with the type hint, property hint enum, hint string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then you're doing a get property and a set property. Fragment, hello Fragment. How are you doing? I'm not sure I understand why they're doing number count in here. Why they're adding multiple properties. I mean, I guess I could try with their simple example, right? I could try, I could make a test so I figure out how it works. Tests. Let's just do that. Let's do a node. Test property list. Okay, I attach a script, which is tool. I can grab the entire thing that they have in here, get property. It's fun that their stuff doesn't. And you return what? Nothing. Good. Launching Godot. So I'm doing a co-working session. Let's go. Let's fucking go. What are you working on? What is it that you're working on at the moment? Adding more upgrades? Or something else? Wrapping up Affinity? Yeah, but what does that mean? Do you have all of the skill tree done? Okay, let's take a look at that. Test property. I don't understand how it works. Oh yeah, okay, just adds another one. Okay. And then I have my stuff in here. Okay. Okay. So I think I know what I want then. We go into my output object, this trigger thingy. Whenever you set the triggered by, you can do a set new triggered by. Triggered by is equal to new triggered by, and you can say if triggered by, you can notify the property list changed. And then we want to react to that. So to react to that, we are going to do get property list, and then we need to do the get and set, because we need to react to that specific thing. Okay, I think I get it. So get property list in here, what we're going to do, we are going to create the hint string. We are going to create it in here, var hint string. It's not going to be an enum, right? I want it to be a list. Property hint. Maybe we can see that as an enum. How do I do that if I want a list? Can I have a list of string? Can I have a list of string in here? I guess type array, right? Type array. So I want type array. Hint. What kind of hint? Hint, link, flags. Maybe nothing specific. None. Enum. Enum suggestion. Hints that a string or string name property can be enumerated value to pick in a list specified via. Unlike a property with this hint, still accepts arbitrary values and can be empty. It serves to suggest possible values. Okay. I don't think that's what I want. Global files, dear. Hint type string. If a property is a string hints, that's properly represent a particular type class. Hint type string, no. Is there something with a signal? There are so many things. File path, input name, group enabled, one shot. Tool button, password, hide, node type, localization string, dictionary type, array type. Ah, maybe I should say that it's an array type though. Okay. So hint array type. The hint string is going to be defined right there. I'm going to build it up automatically. This is going to be very, very nice. I'm pretty happy. This is a string, it's empty, and the name is signal. It should probably be lowercase to be better. Or signal. Triggered by signal. I prefer to be clear. We don't need that. And so we just want to append one property. We have the properties, we return the properties. Get property list, it's an array of dictionary. It's an array of dictionary. We can type it then. Array of dictionary. More special bowls. I did football yesterday because of World Cup. Today I will do a snowball. Nice. Cool. Cool stuff. Okay. So we get the property list, and so we do that. So how do I build this? I do triggered by get signal list. What is it returning me? An array of dictionary returns the list of existing signals as array of dictionaries. Due to the implementation, each dictionary is formatted very similarly to the return value of get method list. Maybe tell me what it is exactly, you motherfucker. The name args is an array of dictionary representing the arguments, default args, flags, ID, and return. Is the return value as an... Okay, I don't care about all of that. So I can do var signals. It's an array of dictionary. And I only care about the name, basically. I think. So then I can do for D, which is a dictionary in signals. And I can do D name. And I can put that into my hint string. It can be plus equal. You think that works? Oh shit, it's the wrong stuff. It's array type. Can I put like hint property? Is there a property like no? None. I don't think I need a property hint none. I don't understand why it's putting this that way. So triggered by signal. Type array. Isn't that what they did in here? Properties append, type hint, name hint, and the hint string. Ah, maybe my my thing, I did something stupid, no? Type array. Ah, probably if it's a type array, it needs to have like an array, no? Hint string. Variable of type array. How can I pre-fill it? Because it's not the hint string that I want. Hint string doesn't make any sense. Hint string doesn't make any sense. I'm stupid. How can I pre-fill it? Godot get property list pre-fill array. How do I do that? Array of custom class. You need to implement getter setter method as well. That needs some data for the property. Hint string type array usage name my prop data return my prop. I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to make a difference. Hint string area 3D. I understand correctly what you're suggesting to resolve. I'm not sure I understand. Ah, they're when should I do it? In the function get and set. Right? I should do it in here. So I don't need to do begins with. I can say if property is equal to triggered by signal. Property is what? Is a string? I hate the fact that the examples are not typed. I really hate that. It's a string name in here, and it returns a variant. Fucking do it. It's not complicated. Right? You should fucking show that by default. Do you return what? Do you return nothing in here? So, I think maybe my hint string makes no sense, I think, in here. Right? Basically, can I pass? No. I just want a signal name, right? So I should probably signal names. I should probably construct an array of strings. Those are probably string names, but I don't think it matters. And you can do append right, and you pass this. So if property what is going to be the value in here? I'm not sure what the getter is going to do for an array. It's going to set the index. I guess. It's going to set the index. My signal names should be... My signal name should be here. I don't understand. I think I'm doing something stupid. In here, you don't want to do that. Get property. Set property value. I'm confused. In here, just want to return that, right? Okay, ciao. So the signal names should be built right there, right? I guess when you get the property list, the first thing you want to do is signal names. You want to clear it. Maybe you want to build it first. And in here, set property. I don't understand what they're doing in their example. So they're getting the index. Property gets sliced to int. Property number. Get property. If it begins with number something, you replace with the index to int. Get slice. Number 130. Set property value. I'm not sure. My god, it's so fucking hot. What index? Get property get sliced to int. Huh? What a shitty example. I don't like the example. I don't understand what they're doing. Like, number 0. What is it doing? Set property. If the property is... It begins... You want to get... You're getting the slice to int. You want to get that. Numbers. What? Number count. I think I'm not sure what this is doing. The getter in here, the value in here is what? Print me the fucking value. Oh, fucking Godot. Okay, see you in a sec. It's going to crash my OBS. Not crash, but it's going to freeze my OBS. Ah, today it didn't. Interesting. Oh, so many crashes. What the fuck? Okay, shut up. Go over here. So what do you want? You want to set... I was at the wrong spot, by the way. No? Print value. Set value. And I want you to print the value. Right? Can you do that for me? Output object. Failed to load. Weighted choice. Shut up. Output object. set triggered by. It didn't do anything. I am very confused. But am I not supposed to not do that and do this instead? Signal names. I want to use this. I just want to see it as being exported. Is that what I want to do? Maybe it's what I want to do. I'm a little bit confused about how it works and what I'm doing, and I feel like the example is really confusing. Get property list should return array dictionary, not array. The old behavior is supported for compatibility, but may be removed in the future. What do you mean? What do you mean? Array of dictionary. Oh yeah, fuck you with your stupid... all of the examples in the Godot documentation, I think all of the examples, I might not be sure, are not typed. It's really something I hate. Array of dictionary. Where am I? I'm looking at the wrong stuff. I'm looking at the wrong stuff. I don't care about that. Shut up. Okay, I am here. Set triggered by. This should be removed then, no? Okay, let's try to fix that first of all. Get signal list on a null value. Exactly. What? Why would it call get signal list? You're notifying that the property list changed. And when you're getting the properties... You can say... if... triggered by, then you do all of that, I guess. Maybe the clear one, you do it all the time. Otherwise, you do nothing, and you simply return the properties. Yeah. That should be better. I'm still a little bit confused, to be fully honest. Can we kill a bit all of those fucking things? Yes. Output object. It needs to work. It needs to work. At 17, signal names clear. Cannot get... Yeah, but this is not anymore, no? What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So now we set it up, okay? And we have an array. We can see... okay. Okay, now it's interesting. Now it's interesting. But it's not what I want. I don't want an array. At all. Cannot get class. That's not what I want. The property's name, the class name, is a string name unless properties type object. It's not what I want, right? I don't want an array. Why am I so stupid? I want the type enum whatever. No? Can I treat it as a string though? Can I treat it as a string? Can I do property hint string whatever, type string? No, enum, but suggestion hint string. This is going to be better, right? I'm so confused. And so in here, I don't want signal names. I want signal, I want triggered by signal, right? I don't care about those signal names that are here. I create the hint string. The signal names I don't think are useful. Maybe they are useful. Maybe I need to keep track of them. Maybe I do need to keep track of them, in fact. Now that I think about it. But I still need my signal triggered by signal. Triggered by signal, which is a string, and I need the string names. I'm clearing it. It's not signal names though. The name. It's triggered by signal. Get slice. I'm so confused. Shit. I'm so confused. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. This is what I want. This is what I want. Why is there one that is empty in here? And why is null selected? Return signal names. Is that what I should do? I'm so confused. Their example is bad in my opinion because it's confusing. It's exporting a bunch of stuff and it doesn't make sense, you know? Okay, you have an array of resource. Set prop is equal to my prop data is equal to value. Returns true. What is this example? Usage default, hint string, type array. Why do I have one that is empty in here? It's never, when we are setting, it's never doing anything. So what is the property then? Print property. I really thought it would be simple. Yeah, I really thought it would be relatively simple, but I'm very confused. Property value. Can you show me that? Do I have to reload every fucking time? Mr. fucking... It doesn't do anything. And if I remove that, it didn't remove the thing at all. At least it's updating these. There is one that is empty every time. For some reason. It doesn't do the set get in here. Is that useful? Yeah, because otherwise I guess it doesn't return it. It's never printing that. Even though I'm adding it in here, right? Ah! I should always trigger that. That's my fault. Okay, triggered by, I put the thing, and then there's that. And it selects one. Should I just have a set get on this then? I don't understand why these are not used. What if I don't have that? What happens? Maybe it doesn't do anything. Output object. Maybe it still works totally fine. But I don't understand then. I do that. Yeah, it works. It works totally fine. So I don't understand what's their purpose. I don't understand what's their purpose. I don't understand why I have an empty one. Why would the signal list returns a list of existing signals as an array of dictionary? Each dictionary is formatted very similarly. You get an array of dictionary that is the same as this. Child entered tree. Script changed. Get property list. So there is something that is tree enter tree replacing by what? Oh yeah, I feel like I have many more. No, mouse entered. I don't have mouse entered on here. Oh, I was looking at the wrong stuff. That's why. Visibility changed. Okay. I can't wait for a simple export signal from Godot, basically, because that's what I'm doing right there. Well, I just hope it works. So maybe I try. Maybe I try. I simply try. Set new signal. It's gonna be a string, right? That's the only issue. I guess it doesn't matter that much. Triggered by signal is equal to new signal. If triggered by signal, we do nothing, I guess. And then I connect it just like a madman. I do if I just connect it to like a caveman. If triggered by, if not triggered by, I mean this is not possible, right? This is not possible. So triggered by connect the signal name, which is triggered by signal, to the callable, and the callable is trigger. But then I can check if triggered by is connected, the signal name is triggered by signal, triggered by signal. If it's connected to the callable trigger, we return. Okay? You think it's gonna work? Do you think it's gonna work? Print new signal. Print connect signal. And in here, signal already connected. Let's see if it works. I don't know if I need to reload like that. Maybe it works already. Is connected on a null value. What do you mean? Is connected on a null by what? Is connected on a null value. This? Maybe it's happening too early, to be honest. It's possible that it's happening too early because triggered by might not be set already. I'm not sure. Connect signal script changed. Ah, cool. Okay, so the problem I see with this technique is that it's going to create a bunch of connections, right? Are you avoiding the signal connection UI for a reason? Yes, because my objects are dynamic. So it's true that I'm creating a lot of work for not a lot of benefits, you could say. I wanted to avoid manual stuff, so my trigger SFX in here. I select which object should be triggered by. I'm thinking if it's... The thing is, I don't like how the signal connection UI is kind of going to hide stuff. I'm not going to be able to look at this, component, and see that it's correctly configured. You see what I mean? But it's true that to make my life easier, I could just connect the signal. I could just do this. Body entered. And I connect to trigger SFX and I pick. But I don't even have a method. That's also a problem. I don't have a method. Oh, it's not even going to work. It's not even going to work. Godot is going to cry. So that's a reason why I can't do it. You see what I mean? It's one of the reasons why I can't do it. What a shame. What a shame. Isn't that a shame that Godot has no way to ignore the properties, ignore the members when you connect the signal? You see what I mean? You have to have your receiving function has to match the amount of parameters that you have in the signal, even though you might not care about them at all. It would be so fucking cool to be able to connect to anything. You can unbind in the extended connection UI. Ah. I can unbind. Shit. Okay, so what do I do? Do I continue with this route of creating my own stuff so I can make it ultra generic? The idea was, I'm telling you what the idea was. Maybe you're going to have a view on that. I was about to add a splat SFX to my object. I don't want to write code to trigger the SFX, right? Because I'm going to have to do that in a bunch of places. So I was like, okay, I'm taking the time to build a simple component that reacts to something. Basically, it's a trigger SFX. And the trigger is what? Maybe it can be multiple things, I don't know. But right now what I want is a signal. I want to trigger by a signal. What I didn't think about is that I would have parameters. in those signals, so it won't even work. It will not like that unless I unbind them, maybe. But then it's probably, I don't know. And so my idea was, I want something very generic. I don't want to know what kind of object it is. I don't really care. I just want to know the signal. Because initially I was going to say, I was going to have a base trigger SFX and then a trigger SFX rigid and look for a specific signals. But I don't want that. I just want to connect a signal, right? So maybe your solution is more simple. What I don't like about it is body entered. What I really don't like about it unbind signal argument. And you unbind what? A number? You tell how many arguments you want to unbind. This is such a weird this is such a weird stuff. Oh, you can even say deferred and stuff in here. Okay. What does it change if you do deferred? Unbinds what? Edit. I had no idea. So in here it would work, right? So what I don't like about this... What I don't like about this is I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing on my... On this bad boy in here. I have no way of knowing if I'm connected or not. Do I have a way to know if a callable has signals connected or something? I prefer to err on the side of built-in stuff, but I agree that the active connection are kind of obscure in the UI. I would prefer to use the built-in stuff too, but the problem is that there's no easy way. In my opinion, what Godot should implement is an export signal. This is what Godot should implement, an export signal. Or even maybe multiple. You can do get connections, but that's not, you can't do it in the opposite way, because the callable has no idea, I guess. I think realistically this doesn't work. because my trigger SFX, I might want to have more logic into it. And even if I do the stuff where... Even if I do the stuff where I unbind, it might still be a problem. Do you think this persists? This connection, do you think it persists? This connection? No, it doesn't persist, right? It's not set in the editor. Yeah, I think I'll do it manually. And so I need to unbind as I'm doing it. How do I do it? Could you just make the trigger function variadic? It doesn't exist in Godot, no? Ah, maybe you're right. It was introduced in like Godot 4.5 or something. Right? Was it introduced in Godot 4.5 or something, or maybe even before? It's pretty new, yeah. I should know. I make videos about the Godot releases, and I remember I talked about it. That's true. That's clever. Do you have to have variables? A variadic function is a function. To declare a variadic function, you need to use the rest parameter, which collects all the excess arguments into one function. Can I do this? Okay, give me a sec. I will try to listen. I have a feeling that it doesn't work. Because it didn't say anything. That's the sausage, no? Ah, fuck yes, you're right, thank you. I didn't realize. I will still put that in here. You're right, thank you. So let's put it on the meat then. Let's also put it on the meat, because that's kind of where I wanted. So trigger, I want the meat. Show me body entered, yes, shit. body entered. I'm making sure that it's connected. Let's go. You think I need to force it to connect? That's the sausage. Connect signal, body entered. Okay, I'll try something. Oh my god. I'm fucking stupid. Okay. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is, guys. The solution is simple. I need to report the contact. You don't hear it, but I hear it. And we can see in here it said trigger. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So that works. So I have a generic thing that can connect to any signal. And what I could do is, if I really need to do something specific, I can inherit that and look at what the signals are doing. Thank you, other gubbins, for the variadic stuff. I completely forgot about it. It's pretty useful. It is pretty useful. I'm also occasionally useful. Let's go. Okay, so now that is cool. I have my stuff. So SFX trigger. Do I do... Okay, let me check something. So connect signal from triggered by. Do I do something like another property that would be like a time threshold or something? How do I call that? I want a threshold between, like, let's say you don't you can report a lot of collisions. I don't want my sound effects to trigger all the time. I could say export var wait trigger if finished. No. Trigger if playing, and bool, it's false by default. That could be one thing that can be useful. And the other one is like the threshold, time threshold. Export var time threshold. Threshold, time between play, time between trigger. Trigger in between threshold. Float, it's -1 maybe by default. It needs to stop, it's very annoying. So trigger if playing, that's one thing. You can say if trigger, if not trigger if playing. You can say if to trigger is playing, you can return. Okay. What else do we want? The time stuff. Am I always counting? Maybe not. Set process to false. In here, we set process to true. And I count the time. So in here I do plus equal delta. That is it. I just count the time. I reset the time in here, I guess. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sparkkeepin. I do that, and in here I say if triggered in between threshold is superior to 0 and time inferior to the threshold, we return, I guess. Is it a problem if we're processing all the time? I guess counting time locally is kind of stupid. I don't know if it has a big impact if you have like a lot of objects. I know having a lot of objects, just calling the process function at some point has an impact. Honestly, I don't know if it's a huge problem here, but what I could do is just check the global time. The only issue with global time, it would make more sense to have my own time that is not counting when we are pausing, because otherwise the issue is you pause and you count that. But for now, I think it's fine. So the set process stuff, let's forget about it. We're just counting time, right? So if it's superior and the time is still inferior since the last play, basically, you're not doing anything. Okay? I don't know if I hear stuff. Do you hear anything? It's very low. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's very cool. I have that, and I have min duration between play. It should have been called like that, by the way. Min duration between play. Trigger SFX. Let's go! Okay, the last thing I would like to do, at least for today, I have a bunch of other things at some point. What I'm trying to force myself right now, I need to like... I've done a little bit of like visuals and stuff. I need to force myself to do more like stuff on the tree, so I can do a mini play test, and then I work on like visuals and stuff. I thought about the room and everything, and I've been feeling I have a lot of ideas. The room is basically, you're going to go through a little corridor. You're going to punch a punch card at the end of the day, like to clock in and out, which is going to give you a performance summary if you want to read it. This, I have ideas for that. It's going to be cool. This, of course, will be actually done. And I have some ideas for the environment. The environment is going to look really, really nice, I think. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. So let's do cursor to show grabbable or not. So my idea is I want to make a minimal cursor. Pretty minimal cursor. Why is it so dark in here? Huh? What? What is happening with the light? Am I casting a light? Or am I shadowing a light? What the fuck? What is that? Anyway. My crosshair right now looks like this. And I think... my crosshair should represent what you can do. So I think by default it's going to have 3 states. It's going to have no crosshair. You have no crosshair by default. Something is interactable, and you're actively interacting with something. Right? And I think those are the states that I want. So that could be dot interacting, and then I would like dot. Let's resize that, by the way. Let's make it pivot offset if you want, but let's remove the rotation, shall we? It's going to be easier. Let's remove those old crosshair stuff. Ah, it's because I'm ignoring the size. Why is it not in the center? What is happening? Okay. It doesn't like to be rescaled like that. So we could go 32 by 32. It's not going to be centered at all. So let's go 64 by 64. It's still not centered, right? Am I right? It is very not centered. Do I have a circle? Ha, we do have circles. Okay, you know what? Let's open up Figma. Let's draw a texture for that. Let's draw a fucking texture. I should do my stream schedule also for this week. I should do my stream texture. My stream texture? I should do my stream. I should do my stream. I want my crosshairs. How big do I make them? 64 by 64? Isn't that stupid? Can I change the background in here? It's kind of awful, the fact that I can't see my shit. Anyway, crosshair. Interacting. It's just going to be a circle, right? Ellipse. I'm gonna make it 62 by 62. Skip, scop, right? That way we have a little bit of a thing outside. Skippy bop. And then we want crosshair. Crosshair interacting. Can interact. Something like that. And so in here, what I want to do. I'm thinking just that. Subtract. I'm thinking just that. I hope the difference will be big enough from afar. Maybe we remove that. Export. Can interact. Interacting. I need to export those new also. Can we do that? I mean, I need to do more upgrades, but export 8 layers. Ah, shit. I didn't put it in my project. Visuals. I should have exported. I should export that as an SVG. That way I can change the. Right. Okay, and so this is dot can interact. Okay. 64. Let's make it 64, 64. And what we'll do is we'll resize it. We'll scale it down. Right? Because this is going to be big. Crosshair. Let's do control node. Let's do anchor. Let's do anchor. We want a size of 0 at the middle. Then we want that. We could call anchor scale. And then we're scaling it down, and this will give us a nice... What? Sorry. What? What the fuck? I don't understand what's happening. Why is it putting those things right there? You see what I mean? Why is it doing that? What the fuck is happening? It's not even centered. Maybe that's why, because it's not centered. And so the more we move it, you see what it's doing? What is Godot doing? I'm getting crazy right now. It's driving me nuts. Keep aspect centered. It's offsetted. Why is it offsetted like that? Why is it offsetted like that? Okay. It seems to be better. Okay. Enum. State. Do I need to name them for them to be accessible everywhere, elsewhere? Or not? Remove all of that. Oh. Yeah, I can't type it in here. Otherwise, right? So I need it to be named. Okay, I'm gonna do that for now. I'm just gonna duplicate everything. Right, and maybe later we'll use like a dictionary or something. Especially if it gets more complex, but we have only 3 states, so it should be fine. Okay. I guess what I want to do is, instead of the player, I can do global crosshair. Do I have like a crosshair state in interact? Okay. On interactor area exited. Oh yeah, but I need to do it in here, otherwise it's not going to happen correctly. So at the end of the grab, the problem is that I don't know if I go back to hidden or if I go back to kin interact. Amazing, it doesn't work. It doesn't make a sound like that. What the fuck? Okay, the crosshair state should be set all the time in here. That should be better. I'll make it a proper... yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll make it a proper, like, animated, and it's probably going to fill in and out. Maybe I do a simple shader for that, or I don't know, but at least now it shows. There's nothing, and when you go over something, it appears, and when you start, it doesn't appear. So it needs to have like precedence, I guess. Because right now it's setting it automatically. This is not interactable anymore. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, do we make it scale and everything? And do I make it white? That's pretty cool. And I need to fix it. Or maybe they have their own stuff that I can call. What do you think? Maybe they have their own stuff, I can call those. Or do I handle the transition state? The simplest would probably be to make a shader and simply transition the shader. Right. That would be even better. I will just do that for now. Okay, I do to invisible. In here I want to hide, so every time I do something, I want to do to invisible utils. Create tween, no, kill and create tween. I pass my tween false and self. To invisible. For all of them, I want to tween set is in and out. Transcubic, I don't care. Tween visible, tween property, I want to do the scale, vector 2.0. Set parallel to true. So dot interacting, we want this one to go to 1. And then dot interact, this one goes to 1, and this one goes to 0. Let's see. Ah, shit. I'm sending it every frame, I forgot. I'm setting it every frame. So let's not do that. Let's only do it if we change state. So we start by being hidden. So if state is equal to new state, we return. Okay, a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. We know Godot can handle more than one thing per frame. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, I made a mistake. If you can interact, I'm showing dot can interact. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made an absolute mistake. It is unbelievable. I can't make that mistake. It's not true. No. No, I can't make that mistake. No. 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 Why is it showing? Sorry. My bad, I forgot to grab the new state. Oh, I feel like it's not scaling from the center. It's annoying as fuck. Why is it not showing at the beginning? Ah, yeah. Because initially we are in state hidden, even though we are interactable or something. Can interact. Okay. Now it's gonna work. Look at that. We arrive here. Can interact. Okay, smooth. Can interact. Can interact. Can interact. Alright. Alright. And now we need to fix this because it's not showing when we are interacting, but okay. I think I would like also, when the interactions are quick, I would like to show something. When we have an interaction that is not a grab, but it's just a click, I would like to show it. Okay. Cursor to show. Hidden, interactable, interacting, interact once anim. Okay, I would like to finish this and then I go cut my hair, take a shower. It's so fucking hot. It is cloudy. It is cloudy outside. So maybe there will be some little showers. Oh, storms. They're telling us that there will be storms. Rain shower, and it's going to be stormy tonight. I don't see the rain shower, but that would explain why it feels so hot. Maybe the humidity is higher than usual. Oh, that's why it feels so bad. The humidity is 72%. I was like, today it's weird because the weather is like, the temperature is just like, it's only 30, 32, but it felt so bad, and I understand now. Higher than yesterday. It feels muggy, my thing is saying. Hello, Gold. Will you update someday or go to 4 template? Oh, I worked on it like once and I never touched it. Ideally, yes. Realistically, I don't know when. But yeah, ideally, I would love to. But right now, I need to make games to survive. So my template is not really helping in that regard. Unfortunately. You can still sell it. No, I don't think. The moment you sell something, it requires more work because people expect different things. Then people will expect updating it and stuff. And I don't think I want. And I don't think a lot of people would buy that, to be honest. So I prefer to focus on things that are actually cool. I don't really care about this template, to be honest. I will probably work on it a bit more at some point, but yeah, I don't know. Also, doing things that are generic is difficult because you don't know in advance what is going to be what you need. So it's better to just backport some of it. Maybe. At some point, I grab some of the stuff that I made in my other games and I backport it to the template. Beep, 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 beep. So what do we do? This interactor click has no idea. That is the problem, right? It has no idea that we are currently interacting. It has no idea that we are currently interacting. So I guess we can have priority. For example, for interact stuff could need some updates. True. But you see, it's not really the type of stuff I want to do. I don't want to be someone that makes, like, I want to make money from my games. I don't really care. I don't want to be more in the business of selling tools to people. You see what I mean? Otherwise, yeah, I could work on it and provide a basic version and a more advanced version and make it paid, but I don't think I want. So maybe at some point I will just refresh it a little bit to add some more stuff. The thing I would like is to make my upload script better. Especially I want to make it more useful because right now my upload script is very limited. I need to re-export every time an upload didn't work. It's annoying. Okay, in here what we can do is pass my set crosshair state could have... I have an idea on how to make it work. This should be crosshair, by the way. Yeah, this should be crosshair. Can interact. use respect hierarchy bool, it's going to be true by default, okay? And so if respect hierarchy, you can say if I don't have more hierarchy than that because hidden is 0, so we can say if state is equal to state can interact. No, if we are currently in interacting, so if we respect hierarchy, and so this is not really respect hierarchy, but yeah, it doesn't matter. If we are currently interacting and the new state is state can interact, we return. It's less. You see what I mean? It's less. If we're currently interacting, it means that it's less. Oh, this is not going to work, by the way, because when we want to go right, it's not going to work because when we do this, exactly. No. What? Okay, that works. Ah, shit. Yeah, it's a pain. By the way, it needs to ease out only to go fast. And I want those things to be much faster. I mean much faster. I say much faster and then I do 0.05. It's not really much faster. And I want 0.20, 0.2 in here. Okay, so my logic is not correct. Okay, I have an idea. The respect hierarchy is going to do differently. If respect hierarchy and the new state is not superior, so it is inferior to the state, you return, right? And so then, in very specific cases, we will still want to respect the hierarchy. This is something that we need to do. For example, in here it doesn't do anything because it's hidden, and it should not respect the hierarchy. It should be an override, basically, right? And now it works. You go in here, and in here it doesn't respect the hierarchy. Ah! It's annoying. It is annoying. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to be a hierarchy stuff. The problem is that my interactor has no idea that it's currently grabbing. Because it shouldn't know. It shouldn't know. You see what I mean? So this should have no idea. Ah, it's annoying. How are you doing, Seshu? In here it works, but then you let go and it doesn't go back because it's trying to respect hierarchy. This is stupid as fuck. By the way, those things in here should not be here. Those debug labels. I'll call function later. I think it's too early. This debug manager is calling that too early. Call function later. The function is this, and the time is like, I don't know, 0.2. Yeah. I need to do differently. And now we don't have the labels anymore. Okay, and we do have the labels in here. Ooh, that is shit. Okay, let's forget about that. It's not what I want. Let's forget about that. We'll fix it later. This is not what I wanted to do. So the problem is that my interactor click has no idea, right? And I don't want this one to know about the interaction grab, I think. I don't want it to know. So I don't have an interactor state. But realistically, I only have one state, so does it matter? So this one could check if the interaction is grabbing or not. So this in here is useless because we don't use that anymore, right? I could write it. Unused. Unused. If it wasn't for the fact that the first time my programming puzzle game runs correctly, so I can focus. If it wasn't for the fact that for the first time, so I can focus on the content today, I'd be having a miserable time from the heat. Good job. That's pretty cool. Congrats. Yeah, sometimes the small things make us feel better, right? So that's cool. Congrats. This is related to the player. So I only care, or maybe this interaction grab. No, you know what? I'm going to do something. I am going to do something. I'm going to let the player handle that. I think it's fine. So I'm going to create two signals. I'm going to say signal in signal in interactor area changed. Okay? And I'm emitting or two highlights. Two highlights changed. And I'm emitting the two highlights. New to highlight. Okay? I'm doing that. It's an object. It's an interactable. We know it. That is the first thing. And then in the interaction grab, we say new signal grab state or grab changed, and we pass the state, or we want to be very explicit, the grab state. It's a bool. The bool. Okay? And when the grab starts, you say, hey, you know what? The grab started, okay? The grab started with true. This, you don't want to do that. And when the grab is stopping, you know what you want to do? You want to stop. False. Okay? Very good. Very good. So to highlight changed, we put it in here. And then grab change, we put it in here. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia. Mamma mia. Do we have something that tells us that we are grabbing onto an object at the moment? Not really, right? Grab start and grab stop. Held object is equal to object. I guess you can check if there's a held object. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop. We need to change that. Set highlight, if to highlight. We don't know if it's going to change, right? Emit to highlight. So the player is going to be aware of the interactable. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I also think it's going to make my life simpler. Otherwise, I don't know. I need to know stuff. It's a pain. Interactor click. We already have interactor click. Okay. Okay, so what is the logic? The logic is, if new to highlight, you want to do something, else you want to do something else. And what do you want to do? You want to do can interact. And in here, theoretically, you want to do not can interact, but hidden. Okay? But if our interaction grab has a held object, we want to return. We're holding onto something. Don't override. And the other one is going to be emitted all of the time, so I think it's fine. And in here we can say if grab state, we can push this one to be state interacting, right? It didn't stop because I kept my fucking respect hierarchy stuff. I think we don't care about that. Okay. It works. We're grabbing. No matter what we do, we are currently grabbing. We let go. But we can still interact. And then we can't. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's simpler to just... You know? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. It would be nice to have like an interact once. It would be nice to have like an interact once. So I guess the way I want to do it is maybe I have another state. Or I have var like interacting once, which is a bool, which is false. Maybe I want something like that. Or it's a state. Or it's a state. Maybe it's a state. Interact once. Maybe it's a state. That is simpler, right? Interact once. And I guess what it does is that it creates something. Interacting is 1. Then it's chain. Then it's chain to 0. Da da dee da 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 do da da dee da da do da da dee da 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 do da dee da da. Wow 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 wow. And then it's twin visible. It's twin visible. It's chaining, and we are twinning the property. We're twinning the property state on self, so self state. We go to state, I guess hidden, we don't care. The other one are going to be set automatically, and we do that immediately. Ski, bada, wadu, kadu, wadu, madu, wadu. And if if the current state is state interact once, return. We're animating once, let it finish. Okay? And so now, the way I want to deal with this is my player. Did a doubt or rattle, fought him out of paddle waddle. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop bop. I think I don't want to do that in the interactor itself. Interaction started. We don't have any idea that we're starting and stopping immediately, right? Interaction start. Cache those instead of querying all the time. How do I know? How do I know? How do I know that we should do this? This is shit. This is every time I use signals to like decouple stuff and not call things directly, I regret it. Because most of the time, you want to know. The idea with signals is something happens, I'll let you handle it, okay? But the reality is very often there's a coupling between things, a tight couple. And for example, in here, the interactor, it's not just I interact, you do whatever you want. Realistically, it's I interact, and you tell me what kind of interaction you've done, so I can react to that. You see what I mean? It's rarely completely decoupled. Like something happens, do whatever you want. Because video games are very reactive, super often you have to be in control of the whole pipeline, basically, in a way. So you can show what's happening, and I don't know. The other way could be that my interactables are saying something, or like, hey, I've been interacted with. I don't know. Poo-da-da-dee-da-doo, ba-dee-da-doo, poo-da-da-dee-da-doo. So what do I do in here? I experienced the same in my game, but the workarounds was ugly. Put all the UINO dependencies in a dict and pass it around. That's why I used to have a lot of signal bus. Because realistically, it's either you pass around the dependency, which I find horrible, or you make them available globally. That way you don't have to pass it around, it's already passed globally. Or you use global signals so things can react automatically without having to have the direct reference. In all situations, it's kind of shit, but the reality is you need... Video games are very... like, everything is reacting with everything. It's horrible. But passing the reference, I try to do it as little as possible because it's so annoying. It is so annoying. Okay, what is my logic in here? I'm interact start and I'm interact stop. The thing is, it's a signal, so I have no idea. Right? If I do that, I have no idea that it was an interaction that happened once. I'm gonna call interact start. This is going to emit a signal, and then other things are going to react to that. It's so decoupled that I don't know what's happening, basically. And how would I know that something has happened? Well, the other things that has been interacted with, for example, in here, interactable click will receive the interactable. Yeah, the grabbable is going to react to that, right? The grabbable is going to react to that. So in my case, the interaction grab is going to react. Interaction start. I don't know. I don't know if they're reacting, basically. Right? I don't know if they're reacting. Fuck. That's so fucking shit. Just do it the way that it works. Hope it helps. Thank you, Tamaro. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works actually. I have no way of knowing. And basically, I want to do that if the interaction type is something that doesn't need to be held. Right? If it doesn't need to be held. So maybe we can assume... Are you doing entity component system? Yeah, I have components. I regret the way I'm doing it, I think. I think components are fine, but I think I need to be okay with coupling them a bit more tightly. What I do usually... What I try to do when I have components is I try to make them decoupled. So... I have something, and then you can attach something else, and that thing emits a signal, like in the air. Like that thing is saying like, oh, I've been interacted with, and the other one could catch that and say, oh, I'm going to do something about it, which is fine, but you lose the information. You see what I mean? Instead of being like, the player is interacting with that and wants to grab it, and then you pass the information and you can know if you can grab it or not, or you have full control of the whole pipeline. In here, it's like, oh, the player clicked. The other thing is like, oh, I've been clicked. And then potentially the other components are doing like, oh, this one has been clicked, I should do something. But because those are signals, as a player, I don't know if I've done something or not. I can react to a signal at some point, but that's it. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that. I should separate the things that are reacting automatically. Let's take an example. If we look at the computer, the computer is being clicked. Interaction starts. Yeah, but the computer knows that it's interacting immediately, whereas in here, the output as a grabbable So it's going to get grabbed by this. And that, I don't know it. When this tells me that this is starting, interaction started, maybe actually I've started a grab and I don't know what kind of interaction I have started. You see what I mean? So the way I should have done it is there is a hierarchy and stuff. So something is responsible for receiving the input, and that thing is also responsible for defining what kind of input or what kind of action we are doing. Maybe it's better that way instead of a very decoupled system. So in this case, what would happen is the player would say, I've clicked. The other thing would say, I have received your click, and this is what the action that has started. I'm telling you what kind of action has started. It was a one-off, it was a grab, it was whatever. Whereas right now, I have no idea. So I think what we want when we have components is we kind of want to have almost small managers for them. That way the manager is aware of the state. Otherwise the state is lost on multiple objects. And you don't want to query the interactor click. You don't want to query, hey, do you have a grabbable and are you currently being grabbed? You don't want to query that every time, right? I guess. I don't like it. I don't like it. So what do I do? I have no idea. Because this is going to start... On interaction started, it's going to grab. But it's going to be too late, right? It's going to be after. So I would have to wait. I have an idea. I can do a cheap trick for now, right? I can assume that my interaction is finished whenever we are stopping. So I can do... Yeah, I don't like that, but I can do this at least. Interaction has stopped and we're not grabbing. Start a interaction once. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but I think that should work. Interact once. The problem is that I don't think it's scalable. At least it works. You see what I mean? It does the interaction once, click, then it goes away if it needs to go away, otherwise it's here. And if you grab it, works. Okay. It's not too bad. Ah, interesting. This one doesn't work. But it counts as like an end of an interaction. The problem also that I have is that my interactions are incredibly generic. I've tried to be... That was my goal. I wanted to be generic. But by being too generic, I have again no idea of what the state really is. Because all of what I know is that an interaction has started or has stopped. But I don't know. But maybe it would have been better to define like interactions, and the interaction is like a click. The interaction is a hold, like you're holding or you're not holding anymore. And it would have been simpler because now this doesn't do anything. I mean, this is not available, but this works because we are checking this. We are making sense of this in the player. Maybe it's not a problem. Maybe I have my generic interactions for all of the systems because they don't know to know more, but my player needs to know more. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Am I overthinking it? That's why I don't like trying to make things proper in a game. Because at some point, the things that you're doing are not proper anymore, and you're like, am I wrong, or is it fine because it's a video game? And I think the answer is, it's fine because it's a video game. All of that to say, we should code like monsters and not care. It would probably be faster in the end. It would probably be faster in the end. Anyway. I mean, as long as I'm interacting, I'm interacting, right? So why am I not interacting in here? Oh, on the grab changed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Interaction started. When the interaction started, well, if the interaction starts, the interaction starts. It is how it is. And what do you mean? You fucked my wife. Interaction has stopped and we're not grabbing. Okay, so in here, we are here and we say, hey, you know what? We are currently interacting, my dude. Are you okay with this? I'm currently interacting. It does something a little weird. Maybe not. It doesn't look that bad, honestly. It's not exactly what I want, but it doesn't look that bad. So when we are grabbing this, it works. Shabru! And when we are grabbing in here, now it doesn't work anymore. Interesting, why? Why do I go back to can interact? Oh, I know why. Gla gla glee, gla gla gla, mamma mia. If interactor click. Do we have a state? Interacting with? What? What is this? Do we have an interacting with? Ah! Do we have an interacting with? Interacting with. Ah, mamma mia, it actually works. So if we have an interacting with, then we're returning. I'm doing the logic in here, that's fine. What do you mean? You fucked my wife? Your favorite game dev. Am I your favorite? No. Skip, scoop. Skip, scoop, scoop. Look at that. Now it works. Are you ready? It doesn't even show that we can interact. Ga ga gee goo ga goo ga. I don't understand why. This shouldn't be like that. I'm so tired. Why would it be here? On highlight change. If you're interacting with, you're returning. What? What the fuck? This is empty, right? Interactable. Mamma mia. I said your favorite, not mine. Ah. Sorry. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Wow. What the fuck? Why am I seeing this? All of a sudden. Whoop, 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 whoop. All of a sudden. Hey, look at my little box. It is interacting with something, but no, what do you mean? What do you mean interacting with? Enable. What do you mean interacting with? Why would it be interacting with something? Why would it be interacting with something? Interacting with. Interacting with. Closest. Interaction start. Interact start. Cache those. And interact stop. Interact stop. Oh my god, we are never setting it to null. We are never setting it to null. Holy shit. This is unbelievable. I've made the biggest mistake of my life. And now it works. I'm such a good developer. I'm such a good developer. Scoop. Scoop. Ah, I'm sending them a little bit too far. Come here, you little motherfucker. Yup. Oh, you come here. You come here, you little motherfucker. And you know what is going to be interesting? Having that little interaction. Now, I'm going to be able to do something that tells you the strength of the interaction. Because you can lose the interaction. Right now, it doesn't really show. But actually, look at that. If you put it over there, and you go too far, shit. You lose the interaction, you see? We need to notify of that. What if we take the meat, and we put it in here? What happens? What if I grab the meat to keep with me? It's not staying. Stay there. Please. Thank you. I'm grabbing the meat. I'm grabbing the meat. Okay. This is more complex than I thought. So interact once anim, it's done. Show strength. Show losing interaction because of threshold distance. Make more red as we're approaching and remove on lose. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop bop. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's push that crosshair stuff. We don't care. And one little thing I wanted to do was with the debug manager. Debug manager. Debug manager. var debug active. Let's set it to true. And let's say func set debug active. Skibidi moomidi. I mean, I could do a set get in here, right? Set debug active new debug active, and we can say debug active is equal to new debug active, and then we can say what? We can say signal toggle debug visible. This is shit. This is very shit. We can have another signal set debug visible, and we can pass a state which is a boolean. Are you a boolean or are you a bully? Are you a fucking bully? Debug active. Rikako. 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 Limbo console, register command. Pfunc set debug active. So we still need to do that function. Set debug active. I forgot the set. Pikaco, 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 Pikaco. Ay, 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 Pikaco, Pikaco. Pikaco. Debug label. Set the visibility of debug labels. And we can remove this one, I think. Or maybe we keep it. Debug label not declared in the current scope. Set debug active. What am I doing? Gigago, giga. Debug. Ba ba bee bo ba boop ba. Mr. Debug Manager, are you active? And then we have a signal bus debug. Set debug visible connect. Da-da-dee. Da-da-da. Set debug visible. Debug. Visible. Changed. Let's do an anonymous function. New state bool. Wow, mamma mia. È la moglie di Cappuccino Assassino. Cappuccino Assassino. Hey, hey. Cappuccino. Assassino. Cappuccino Assassino. Debug manager. Debug active is equal to false. Alright, and now we have no debug. Even when we have a new thing. But we can say debug. Missing argument. Debug true. And now we can see the debug. And we can say debug false. Mamma mia, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Ah, very beautiful. I like that. Up. Shit! Come here. It is very beautiful. And the new output. It doesn't work. It's not showing anything. Ah, because it's a debug label, I forgot. So I'm not seeing the output anymore. Because it's a debug label. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Hup! I made some money. And not you. Not you, motherfucker. I should not be able to buy new stuff, so you should remove that. Mamma mia. Allow toggling setting. Set debug manager visible or not. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm done. It's pretty late. I need to go. The only thing I want to do is change this. Because this is very, very important. What I'm doing right now is crucial. You have to trust me. You trust me? No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. Okay. It is your fault. incredibly important work I'm doing here. Realism is key, you know, in life. Video games should be realistic. If they're not realistic, why do we even care, right? So we put that over here. We create an output. We grab the output. And we try to put the output in here. And it shows you the size of my sausage. It's a huge sausage. It doesn't fit. Come on! I'm struggling a little bit. Alright. Shit. Trying to put the sausage in here. Ah, cool. I finally managed. Ah! The collision or shit. Now we're talking. Huge. You can drop sausage in the toilet. Should be a feature. That is flesh if you drop one here. Yep. Isn't that cool? I dropped my sausage into the loo. I dropped my sausage into the loo, into the loo, into the loo. A big sausage. A big sausage into the loo. Where is it? Where's my sausage? No! No! I'm putting myself in the grinder. Okay, cool. That was very important. That was utterly important. Do you agree? Utmost importance. And I'm gonna make a commit just for that. And I'm a very serious commit. Adjust toilet collision shape so we can put stuff inside the bowl. My life is complete. And I should tweet about that. Okay, guys. I think it's time for me to go. It's time for me to go. Thank you for being here. It has been a pleasure working today. We did some stuff on O.B.O.L. I made some good progress, and then I made a little bit of progress on the incremental game. I'll be there again tomorrow. I forgot to post the stream schedule, but I'll be there again tomorrow, I think. I think there's nothing that prevents me. Favorite game dev, let's go! Favorite game dev, favorite game dev. Check out my stuff, I think it's still on sale. It's probably still on sale, so don't hesitate. Thank you for being here. And that's it. I'm not doing a raid, right? Am I doing a raid? I think I'm not doing a raid. I'm too lazy to do a raid. Or we do a raid and run, right? We do a very raid and run to Fire Bailey. We need to do that. All right. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll work on what? Maybe a little bit of O.B.O.L, like the death animation. Those will be fun. If I do them at the beginning of the stream, I will be fresh, so we can do that. And then we can do more incremental, maybe work on like the tree and make sure that it works the way we want and stuff like that. Am I right? That will be cool. All right, let's go for the raid. See you guys soonish. Bye-ish. Have a good day.